This is Bret Easton Ellis, and you're listening to the Bret Easton Ellis podcast. And we're recording this podcast on November 5th, somewhere on North Doheny Drive, just below Sunset Boulevard. We didn't record an intro to the last installment of the memoir that we posted on Halloween. This was part 5, which takes place the first day back of our senior year at the Buckley School in September of 1981 in Los Angeles, and where we met the new student Robert Mallory for the first time. Part 6 continues that day until it ends on the 3rd floor of the Sherman Oaks Galleria, just beyond the food court, where Robert Mallory and I run into each other. Instead of an intro to Part 5, we just opened with the chiming from the bell tower in the school's grounds announcing the day was beginning. I was hesitant about a lack of an introduction and repeatedly asked Adam about this, but this time out Adam said it would be okay to just go straight into it. He didn't think anyone was going to just randomly listen to Part 5 without having heard the other 4 installments, and that whoever is interested is probably caught up and knows where they are when each installment begins. Let's skip an intro this time out, he suggested. And I guess it was fine. No complaints. And I really had nothing to add that week anyway. Again, people have been contacting me who have some connection with the past and the people in play, all of whose names I've changed. And I was reminded once again that Julie Selwyn, the 3rd victim of the serial killer who was referred to initially as the trawler, and who I've camouflaged somewhat, was found in the later half of September 1981. And I had this happening at one point in October, and then at another point sometime in August. And these 2 people corrected me, and were right. This is the problem with not having an editor or a fact checker when you are feverishly writing down your memories and sending them out into the world without that particular guidance every 2 weeks. I'm my own editor, my own fact checker on this book, in this audible incarnation. And I hear things when I'm listening to these installments after posting them that I would have otherwise cleaned up, cut, rearranged, rewrote, corrected, or suddenly remembered new details that I forgot to put in. But maybe that's part of the experience of listening to this version of the book, which is a work in progress. And this is the thrill of it all, or the price you pay by just putting a new book out there as it is being written without the guidance of an editor. That's not to say that there isn't a plan with this book. There is. These things happened. It's a story with a beginning and a middle and an end, and I was there. So there is an outline I'm following, and I'm trying to tell this as straightforwardly as possible, as much as my memory permits. In other words, I'm not making this up as we go along. I already know what's going to happen and where to end it. I've never worked without an outline anyway. Less Than Zero had many of them. But I've also never written anything like The Shards, which is now the working title of the book you're listening to. But mistakes and omissions have been made. For instance, there is the strange typo of someone named Hector, who was in the courtyard on that first morning with Angelo, who was the head of Buckley Security, and 2 policemen investigating the vandalized statue of the Griffin are also there. And suddenly Hector is Miguel, who was the head of maintenance in that library courtyard when I saw what had happened to the statue on that first day back in 1981. I don't know what Hector is doing there, but that was supposed to be Miguel. I called Miguel Hector, and I don't know why I hadn't noticed this and changed it. I had rewritten and read this section many, many times. This was sloppy on my part. And why I mindlessly placed Terry Schaefer's death in 2002 when it was in fact 1992, as someone corrected me, even going as far to send his obituary from the Hollywood Reporter, is beyond me as well. The shock of his death was compounded by the fact that my father died the same year, and I must have read that paragraph a dozen times and yet never remembered Terry Schaefer died in 1992 and not 2002. Ryan Vaughn had a younger brother who I don't think I ever met, but someone listening reminded me of that when I had mentioned that many of us had no siblings, and that included Ryan. And someone else got the Ryan Vaughn timeline correct. I'm not going to reveal who, but I remembered that Ryan Vaughn had been gone 2 weeks at the end of August 1981 to vacation with extended family in Michigan, when in fact it was only 1 week. He left the night after the first Bruce Springsteen concert at the LA Sports Arena, which was on Friday, August 21st. And he arrived back in town on August 29th, which is, of course, why he had not been with us when we went to see An American Werewolf in London on Saturday the 22nd at a midnight screening at the Avco, where I had put Ryan originally. I thank the listener who supplied this information. I appreciate it. There are other small details I've remembered and that I've added into the text you've already heard me read, and I will clarify these changes when I get to reading certain sections where they are referenced to in order to clarify this new information. For example, Stephen Reinhardt, Terry Schaefer's assistant, had been holding a camera and taking a picture of me on that night before Labor Day at the Schaefer's house on Stone Canyon in Bel Air, when he was standing in shadow behind the diamond-patterned window on the second-floor landing. I remembered this after we recorded and posted episode 3, and when I was writing about something else connected to Stephen, realized he'd been taking pictures of the group assembled that night in Debbie Schaefer's backyard and out by the pool, and then later took pictures of me standing alone in the driveway after everyone had gone to the screening room. There are small things. I thought we had been listening to the band Haircut 100 in the summer of 1981, but we hadn't. It was later than that. I removed a memory I had about an Australian horror movie called Road Games, starring Jamie Lee Curtis and Stacy Keach, that I was positive I'd seen in 1981, but it hadn't opened in LA until 1982. Bigger things. Some people are uselessly scanning the internet for any news about a murder of a Buckley student. But if you're doing this, you won't find anything. I found very, very little about the murder, and I found nothing, absolutely nothing, about what I believed was a murder that was successfully, for a few years, disguised as an overdose. I found nothing about a suicide that happened in Century City in 1981. I found nothing about anyone from 1981. I couldn't even find floor plans for the Sherman Oaks Galleria. I couldn't find pictures of a restaurant on Melrose Avenue called Trump's. Nothing about Matt Kellner. So little about that time period exists on the internet. And this is partly why I wanted to tell this story. This world barely exists now in the digital sea. Also, no one listening to this, except for the few who were there, knows exactly where this is going. And I would hold off on your fruitless searches until you get to the end of the story and find out what happened to Tom Wright, Susan, Debbie, Robert Mallory, myself. And most crucially, I had failed to point out or foreshadow the significance of the Foreigner 4 poster that was newly hung in Matt Kellner's pool house. The poster that he found sticking out of the mailbox at the house on Haskell Avenue. Just randomly, someone had placed it there, and he had hung it up. And it would become a clue connected to whoever was targeting people and then murdering them beginning in the summer of 1980 with Catherine Latchford, who it was revealed a year later had also found a poster left on the front doorstep a month before she disappeared. It was for the Madness record, One Step Beyond. Sarah Johnson received a poster for a band she had never heard of, Public Image Limited, and their record, Second Edition. It was remembered that Julie Selwyn received a promotional poster for Three Imaginary Boys by The Cure, lying in the hallway outside her room. It had become a talking point for her the week she disappeared. Who put it there and why, she kept asking, calling friends, berating her sister. And then there was Matt Kellner, who had found the promotional poster for the latest Foreigner record simply titled 4. Yes, a pattern had been emerging that none of us knew anything about in the fall of 1981. On this episode, we're back at that first day at Buckley after I saw the vandalized statue of the Griffin and met Robert Mallory for the first time during lunch, and where we had introduced ourselves to him, having no idea what was in store for us. My first flicker of worry was when he lied about not being at the Village Theater in Westwood in May of 1980, when I saw The Shining. Every time I thought I might be wrong about this, and that maybe it was a different guy, I was just as often positive that it was him. And later, I found out why he didn't want anyone to know he had been at the Village Theater on May 24th, 1980. Because he'd been out with a particular girl, and he didn't want anyone to make a connection with him and the girl and place him in that theater on that particular date. But that's later on. And we're now moving into the long middle stretch of the book. In this episode of the Shards, I made the mistake of following Robert Mallory out of Buckley and on to Ventura Boulevard, where we both separately ended up on the third floor of the Sherman Oaks Galleria near the food court. It's the late afternoon of September 1st, 1981, and classes have just ended for the day. The rest of the afternoon on that first day of school in 1981 happened, I suppose, and then the bells were chiming and the day was over. I say suppose because I was so distracted by what had happened at lunch, I remember nothing of those 3 classes afterwards because of the glaring lie that Robert Mallory felt he had to tell. And I knew there was no way it hadn't been him in the Village Theater back in May of 1980. Because I would have recognized that particular boy anywhere. I suppose I walked the pathways. I suppose I neared a bungalow and then opened a door. I suppose I stepped into an air-conditioned classroom. I suppose I placed my notebooks on a desk and scanned the chalkboard. I suppose I glanced outside the tinted windows when someone walked by. I suppose I found my locker and reached for the appropriate textbook. I'm guessing I greeted my teachers and that everything moved within the orderly mandate that Buckley imposed. Maybe I ran into Ryan Vaughn, or Tom, or Susan, or my girlfriend between classes, but I don't remember. Maybe I even glimpsed Robert Mallory once or twice, but I don't remember this either. Nothing comes back until I meet Susan beneath the bell tower in front of the library that led to the parking lot where she was waiting for Debbie to pick her up. The two of them driving over to Beverly Hills to browse through Fiorucci and maybe head over to Fred Siegel on Melrose, and then Debbie would drop Susan off at her place in Beverly Hills since Tom was at football practice and couldn't drive her home. Susan, on that Tuesday afternoon, seemed slightly melancholy, withdrawn. A semi-fake smile greeted me as I neared her, leaning against the stucco base of the bell tower, and maybe this supposed sadness accentuated how beautiful she was becoming as she moved through 17, the gravity of it placing her into another realm of beauty. Beyond us, kids were getting picked up by a long line of cars that snaked past the gates and onto Stansbury Avenue, and a train of miniature yellow buses and vans exited the campus in a row, driving past the palm trees that bordered the gates. 2 of the security guards were directing traffic. I remember the following conversation in its entirety because of where it ended up, and I'm quoting it almost verbatim here. I wrote it down in my journal later that night. "Hey," we said to each other. "Sure you don't want to join us?" Susan asked. "What am I going to buy at Fiorucci?" I said. "I just want to get home and work on my book." "Okay," she said, sounding resigned. "Is everything all right?" I asked. "You seem kind of bummed." "Bummed?" she asked. "Really? I'm not bummed." "Oh, I thought I noticed something at lunch," I said. "I think you're making things up," she said. "I'm definitely not bummed." "I thought maybe something threw you off," I said, wanting her to comment on Robert Mallory without me mentioning him. "Really? At lunch?" "No. Why?" "Okay," I said. "Maybe I'm wrong." "No, in fact, I've been thinking that I want to throw a party," she said. "That's exactly what I was thinking about before you showed up. A party." "Bummed girls think of throwing parties all the time," I said. "I'm not bummed, Brett," she said, smiling wildly as if to prove this. "When are you going to throw this party?" I asked. "You'll see. You'll get an invite," she said, being purposely coy. "Well, then why are you throwing a party?" She paused, cocking her head. "To bring everybody together," she said in a sickly sweet voice. "You're scaring me." In that moment, I thought of the supposed dissatisfaction with Tom that Debbie had hinted at, and my mind flashed on his hand reaching for Susan's while she reclined on the chaise by the pool the other night, and her hesitancy in taking it both then and this morning in the parking lot as we walked toward the bell tower. I wanted to ask her about Tom, but I didn't know how to approach it casually in that moment. Instead, we both watched as Mr. Collins, a young, intense Irishman with the requisite fiery green eyes and a goatee, and who taught junior high English, passed us on his way into the library, neatly suited and holding a briefcase. Mr. Collins was one of the reasons why Debbie Schaefer wanted to add a hottest teachers page to the yearbook. I seemed to be the deterrent as to why he didn't stop and talk to Susan, instead just nodding at us. "You know, he hit on me a couple of times last year," Susan said. "He's extremely flirtatious." I know, I said. You told me. Sometimes I flirted back, she said. Did I tell you that? You're crossing boundaries, I said. You're taking it all in stride. I'm the girl in the Police song. We were playing a game. I always knew that. Sometimes it's not so easy being the teacher's pet. She said this ruefully. And I know how bad girls get. Do you think I should let him fuck me? She said casually, trying to shock. Well, what would Tom say? I thought I was playing along. She looked away from the library door as Mr. Collins had just disappeared behind. Something hard creased her features. What do you think he'd say? Jesus, Brett. She was suddenly annoyed. Why are you asking me that? What's wrong? Because I'm pretty sure you'd already know what Tom would say, so why are you asking me? Hey, Susan, I was joking, Brett. Maybe I just wonder if you're still happy with Tom, I said. Debbie thinks you're faking it. Oh, that's Debbie's story, Susan said. I don't know. I'm pretty happy. Tom's great. I'm just a little anxious, I guess. So, what did you think of the new guy? I asked. She froze a little and then, still hesitating, asked me, what did you think about Robert? I don't know, I said. He seems nice. I said this vaguely, as if I was directing it to someone else, a vacant space, the wind, the hillside surrounding the campus. The way she hesitantly said his name made it seem so strangely intimate. We were interrupted by Debbie's BMW as it pulled up to the curb where we were standing. She was behind the wheel, wearing Wayfarers, a scrunchie in her hair, and Romeo Void blared out of the sunroof and the open windows. Debbie leaned over the passenger seat as Susan walked away from me and said, I'll call you later, baby, and I want to talk to you and not the answering machine. And she pouted her lips as if kissing me. I nodded and gave a little wave of assurance. Susan headed toward the car and opened the passenger door. Hey, I said. Yes? She turned around. You didn't tell me what you thought of Robert, I said. She mimicked someone pondering a great mystery, cocking her head, 2 fingers at her chin, and then casually tossed off in a mock British accent, well, I thought he was rather electrifying. She looked at me. Be honest, didn't you? And then she slipped into the car and shut the door, and Debbie made a quick U-turn and drove through the parking lot and past the gates. And I remember how instantly stunned I was when Susan said this, how disturbing it was to hear her use the word electrifying. This wasn't really cute or sexy or totally hot, but Robert Mallory was electrifying. The way she said it so casually gave it even more weight, though I thought for a moment that she might have been sarcastic, and yet knew automatically she hadn't been sarcastic at all. And it scared me because I'd been at the same table with her and Robert, and I saw how casually she'd acted, as if she had checked out of the moment, and there hadn't been a single thing she revealed about herself that suggested she had been electrified by anything at lunch, much less the stranger who had just walked into our world. I'd had enough of the day, of Buckley, the desecrated Griffin, Robert Mallory's appearance and lies, Susan getting mildly pissed at me. I suddenly wanted to get off campus, go home, soak in the jacuzzi, and then get into bed. But I realized in my dazed state that I hadn't stopped by my locker to pick up my books, and I hesitated. Did I even need them tonight? I might have been in a daze, but I was rational as well, and I realized I had homework assignments. So I decided to make a detour, and instead of first heading to where my locker was located, I walked into the library and passed Mr. Collins talking to the librarian, Miss Taymor, on my way downstairs, then through the deserted lounge and out into the courtyard, where the waterfall was no longer cascading into the koi pond, and the only reminder that the Griffin had been defiled was the white powder, a kind of detergent, sprinkled in large patches where the concrete had been blood-stained. As I headed toward the senior parking lot, I noted in the distance Tom's Corvette and Ryan's Trans Am in the half-empty lot, just a few spaces away from each other, and a wave of melancholy struck me. Tom was with Ryan that afternoon. I was not. And yet I suddenly wanted to know which car Robert Mallory drove to Buckley this morning when he got lost on his way to school. And scanning the lot, I landed on a black Porsche 911. And guessed this was his. I hadn't seen it before. Jeff Taylor suddenly surprised me as he pulled alongside where I was walking and pressed his head against the driver's window of his Porsche, making a zombie face, the muffled sounds of the B-52s playing inside the car, and I just nodded coolly back, carrying a couple of textbooks in one hand and my keys in the other. I put my sunglasses on as I started nearing the 450 SL. It was 3:30, and the school was always quiet, but now it had emptied out. The senior parking lot was less than a quarter full, most of the remaining cars belonging to members of the varsity football team who were up at practice on Verdon Field. Even though it was only the 1st of September, you could tell autumn skies were arriving, and in the very far distance, where the senior parking lot ended at a series of spaces below a concrete wall pushed up against the hillside, everything was almost bathed in a faded yellow light that announced the changing of the seasons, and where I noticed Matt Kellner. He was standing by his car, a red Datsun 280ZX, and he wasn't wearing his uniform. He had changed into just a t-shirt and a bathing suit for the drive back to Encino. He was never comfortable in his Buckley uniform or clothes in general, and he was squinting since he was facing the sun, engaged in a conversation with another person whose back was to me. It seemed as if Matt was trying to explain something to whomever he was talking to, and at one point made a sweeping gesture with his arm, arching it over his head. Based on Matt's expression, he seemed to be in a mild state of confusion, but since he was always semi-bewildered, it didn't mean anything to me. And yet there was something different here, a bristling, an anger. I could see this in his expression as I walked closer. It was mildly intense. I was too far away to hear anything Matt was telling the other person, and then I remembered yesterday in the pool house, Matt on the bed, and I twitched, immediately turned on. Horniness destabilized me. I stopped at my car, standing behind it, and took off my sunglasses. Matt looked away at whoever was now talking to him, and then looked back, almost guiltily. He half smiled at something the person told him, resigned. I realized the two boys were standing very close to each other, which suggested a pronounced intimacy between them that surprised me, something almost sexual in nature. I was automatically struck by the back of the boy talking to Matt, by the snugness of his gray slacks hugging a shapely ass, and even though I was done with Matt, or maybe not, I was suddenly jealous because the fact that Matt was talking to anyone was surprising since he was such a loner. But maybe there were acquaintances he had that I didn't know, and friends he'd never told me about. And I was about to put my books in the Mercedes and start walking toward Matt when I stopped and realized who Matt was talking to. This was when the person turned their head, startled by a car horn that briefly blared across the parking lot, and I caught the profile. It was Robert Mallory. I stared uncomprehending and noticed I had again suddenly gone cold. I'd only seen Robert Mallory in close-up today. That's why I hadn't recognized him from across the parking lot. The idea that Robert and Matt would be engaging with one another bordered on the outlandish to me in that moment. What could they have been talking about? Robert had given the impression that he knew no one here, that he hadn't even been to the campus before. So how did he know Matt Kellner? Why was he talking to Matt Kellner? Why had he introduced himself to Matt? Robert's hands were on his hips, and it seemed like he kept quietly interrupting Matt. This wasn't an angry conversation. There just seemed to be a misunderstanding that both boys were trying to work out, a debate, a disagreement. Robert shook his head as if he was hearing something that disappointed him, and then laughed. And then Matt was listening to something Robert was saying, and Matt then looked at him suspiciously. I couldn't even begin to imagine what the topic of this conversation was, and landed on maybe Robert had heard that Matt Kellner could easily score the best weed, but anyone in our class would probably have directed Robert to Jeff Taylor and not to Matt. Neither of them had noticed my presence in the distance from where they were talking. I opened the door to the Mercedes and quickly sat in the driver's seat. I would have usually pulled the top down, but I didn't want Matt or Robert to see me. I started the engine. Music blasted out, jolting me. It was Don't Touch Me There by the Tubes from their Young and Rich record. I turned the volume down and waited. I watched as Matt and Robert walked away from each other, and it seemed maybe that something had been clarified or resolved. Matt got into his Datsun and just sat in the driver's seat. The car didn't start. I knew the ritual. He'd get stoned while listening to the specials before heading back to Encino, maybe stop at McDonald's. It would make the ride so much more bearable, and then he'd spend the rest of the afternoon naked in the pool, wasted. I watched through the windshield as Robert walked over to the black Porsche 911 and opened the door. Robert scanned the campus as if he was contemplating something, his handsome profile gazing at the library, thinking something through before slipping into the car. I had to compose myself because in that moment I was genuinely upset about this intimate conversation that had so involved Matt and Robert. I made a decision. I pulled out of my space and drove slowly out of the parking lot and onto Stansbury Avenue, where I pulled over halfway down the block and waited as my car idled against the curb. And when Robert Mallory drove by me in his black Porsche, I pulled away from the curb and followed him down to Valley Vista Boulevard, where he made a left turn, and then I started trailing him. I followed him along Valley Vista, assuming he was going to make a left onto Beverly Glen, which would take him back to Century City, where he supposedly lived in the East Towers with his aunt. But Robert instead turned right onto Beverly Glen, which took him in the opposite direction, 5 blocks down to Ventura, where I noted he was going to make a left-hand turn onto the boulevard. I didn't know exactly why Robert was heading into the valley, but in my vague panic, I assumed that, right now, it was tied to Matt Kellner and whatever they had talked about in the Buckley parking lot. I was directly behind him, but I really couldn't see anything through the Porsche's small back windshield. There was one car in front of the Porsche when the light turned green, and they both slowly wheeled forward to make the left onto Ventura Boulevard. I was the third car in line and worried that I wasn't going to be able to make the left at this light. But there was a break in the traffic streaming up Beverly Glen, and I was able to make the turn with Robert as he headed west on Ventura, curving past the Cadillac dealership on the corner and where he came to a stop at the light on Van Nuys. I waited there too. I heard Susan's voice, electrifying. I flashed on John Travolta in Grease, singing the songs to You're the One That I Want in the Carnival Funhouse at the end of the movie. The power you're supplying, it's electrifying. And I suddenly had a premonition of Susan with Robert that I hoped would not come true. The light at the intersection of Van Nuys and Ventura soon turned green, and I followed Robert past the Sherman Oaks newsstand on the corner and further down at the end of the block, Marks Valley Drugs, where Sarah Johnson was abducted from the parking lot one night in early January 9 months ago. And the grand Art Deco marquee of the La Reina Theater, Body Heat, was playing. As the Porsche kept moving down the boulevard, was Robert heading toward Encino to Matt Kellner's house on Haskell? Had they made a plan, a date? I imagined showing up at the guest house by the pool and confronting the two of them as they smoked Matt's weed in just their bathing suits, wet and high, but then realized, embarrassed, confront them about what? I was so keyed up. This meeting between Matt and Robert had so disturbed me that my mind was childishly racing around, barely able to concentrate. I was vibrating with suspicion and unease. I had ended it with Matt, but I still felt a certain propriety. He was mine, even though seemingly no one else desired him the way I did. Robert's handsomeness was also a factor in my panic. Would Matt get sucked into the liar's world and the 3 faces that seemed operating as one? The fake face of Robert, the face worrying behind the facade, and then the one taking everything in from another angle, figuring out what the best play was. This was what con men did. That Robert had lied about being at the Village Theater drew me to him immediately. It seduced me. There was no way I wasn't going to get sucked into whatever he was planning. And if this was happening to me, the watchful, observant writer who knew what Robert Mallory was capable of, then what could possibly be the outcome for clueless, vulnerable Matt Kellner? Going Under by Devo was now playing on the mixtape I Know a Place Where Dreams Get Crushed. I kept following him, unaware of how close I was to Robert's car, lost in my fantasy, not realizing that I was pressing down on the Porsche, making myself obvious, not at enough of a distance. And just past the Save on Drugs, he suddenly swerved over to the curb to let me pass him, and I panicked. Why had he done that? Where was he going? But when I looked up in the rearview mirror, I watched as the Porsche immediately pulled away from the curb and started following me, pressing up on the Mercedes, exactly what I had unconsciously been doing to Robert. But now it was an antagonistic move, an alpha move. I gripped the wheel and kept driving, pretending to be oblivious, not giving any clues away that I knew Robert was now following me. But I was so startled by the abruptness of this maneuver that I almost rolled through a red light at Kester Avenue. Instead, I managed to brake hard and waited, the black Porsche looming behind me. Why was Robert pulling this stunt? And that's when I realized that he thought whoever was in the 450 SL had been actually following him and wasn't just a clueless driver who was grazing the bumper of his Porsche. And so he decided to switch it around by following them instead. He was playing a game. I wasn't even sure if he knew it was me, Brett, the student he just met at lunch who'd asked him about The Shining. I could barely understand why this evasion warranted the paranoia Robert had inspired in me, but it had, and it was expanding now. I hurriedly came up with excuses if he confronted me about following him across Ventura Boulevard. I'd say, hoping to hit the right dismissive tone if confronted, So what if I was following you? We're barely a mile from Buckley. Why wouldn't we both be heading in the same direction? And then I'd imagine he'd be agreeable to my alibi, that he'd stay reasonable and calm, that the three faces would merge into one face of sanity. From Buckley to Kester Avenue had all happened in a matter of 2 to 3 minutes. Going Under continued playing on the mixtape where the singer sang about a place where all the mutants go. As we waited at the light, I glanced into the rearview mirror and couldn't see his face through the windshield. The visor was down, and only the white polo shirt and the red and gray striped Buckley tie was visible, but not his handsome features. The light turned green, and we started moving together in unison, the Porsche again following me too closely, teasing me. I tried pretending that nothing was happening and that I didn't notice the Porsche. But Robert following me so closely wasn't acceptable by a certain point, and it pissed me off that he knew it wasn't acceptable, and a couple of blocks before Sepulveda, I said, "Fuck it," out loud, and swung over to an empty spot against the curb abruptly in order to let Robert's car pass. But the black Porsche pulled over immediately as well, swerving to the curb, behind me, as if it knew this was exactly a maneuver I had pre-planned. And the Porsche had timed it perfectly, and now it was simply waiting behind me, revving its engine. I immediately said, "Fuck you," again, this time louder, more agitated, and waited until the traffic started moving toward us from the light that had just turned green 2 blocks behind us. And looking in the side view mirror, I timed it almost perfectly that I would be the only car able to merge back onto Ventura, swinging onto the boulevard without giving the Porsche enough room or time to follow, blocked by the oncoming stream of cars. I took in a breath, gripped the steering wheel, and then the Mercedes lunged away from the curb. And yet the Porsche veered in front of the first car in the oncoming traffic, which uselessly blared its horn and resumed tailing close behind me. Robert played this reckless move in order to prove something. Robert was tailing the Mercedes to simply fuck with me, to tell whoever was driving it that the dude in the Porsche was in charge, and that he was going to follow you wherever you went. There would be no escape because I am relentless. Again, I looked into the rearview mirror when I came to the light at the intersection of Ventura and Sepulveda, where the interchange of the 405 and the 101 freeways towered above us. But the afternoon sun bathed the Porsche's windshield into an orange block of light, and I couldn't see anything inside the car. How long could I keep this up? How far could I drive? Tarzana? Woodland Hills? Where was I going to go and escape Robert, the boy who was fucking with me? Devo had become public image, and I had to lower the volume on the jangly madness of the song that started playing in order to concentrate. I noticed the white mass of the Sherman Oaks Galleria across the intersection, and that's when I decided that I wasn't going to keep playing Robert's game. I suddenly was somehow offended by his actions, even though I'd started following him in the first place. And I looked back at the Porsche, and then at the Galleria, and when the light turned green, I actually revved the car and gunned it, racing across the intersection. Just half a block past Sepulveda, and beneath the overpass of the 405, there was an alley on the right-hand side of Ventura that took you to the multi-level parking lot of the Galleria, where I swerved and made that abrupt right. I braked hard and glanced quickly in the rearview mirror, where behind me the Porsche sped beneath the shadow of the underpass. I drove slowly upwards until I was on the 3rd level of the parking structure and rolled into a space. There were plenty of them. There seemed to be a minimum of cars on this level that afternoon. I sat in the Mercedes, still shaken, not understanding what had happened between Robert Mallory and myself on Ventura Boulevard. As I was processing this, I became aware of how quiet the garage on that Tuesday was at 4 o'clock. And as I got out of the car, I noted the eerie emptiness. Just the hum of traffic on the freeway adjacent to the Galleria suggested motion, and it was lightly muffled by a wall and hedges, so it resembled an ambient dissonance. This was the only thing that could be heard. And I didn't see anyone else as I walked to the entrance of the May Company, the department store that bordered the north side of the mall, with another department store, Robinson's, bordering the Galleria's south side. Because there was no one in the garage, I noticed that I was walking slightly faster than I usually would. The fear was back, because I felt that someone was watching me again. This had begun in the library courtyard that morning, and I still wasn't able to shake it off. It was too complete. I had only landed at the Galleria that afternoon because it was the closest escape from Robert, and the quickest opportunity to end whatever game he was playing with me, but I also realized I was so disturbed by what transpired on Ventura Boulevard for that short drive between Beverly Glen and Sepulveda that I needed something to distract me. A walk through a mall in the late afternoon seemed like a good idea. Browse through a bookstore, maybe see a movie, get something to eat, go to the arcade, spend $5 on Space Invaders for an hour. As I walked through the second floor of the May Company and out onto the Galleria's mall itself, I realized that we had already grown slightly tired of the Galleria by the fall of 1981. Whatever novelty it once held had worn off, and we really weren't congregating there as a group because we thought the action was at Westwood on weekends. By the time the Galleria opened, we were already accustomed to the malls from our childhood and early adolescence. We had spent numerous afternoons and weekends at the Northridge Fashion Center and the Promenade in Woodland Hills, as well as the mall we had frequented most, the Sherman Oaks Fashion Square, which was completely outdoors right off of the Woodman exit of the 101 on Riverside. The Galleria felt smaller by comparison to those places, even if it wasn't, and it seemed to some of us disconcertingly decorated. It really wasn't cool, which was probably what made it amusing to some of us in 1980 when it first opened, and we spent the occasional afternoon or Sunday there. Saturdays were always for Westwood. I actually spent more time at the Galleria when the Pacific 4 theaters opened that December. It was a convenient place to drive down to from Mulholland and see a late movie on a weeknight, sitting alone in the golden orange auditoriums, the mall closed and darkened as the theaters let out their last screenings sometime near midnight. Even though we might not have been impressed by the Galleria, there wasn't any doubt that it had become a popular teen hangout in Los Angeles, even before the movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High and the song Valley Girl made it famous a year later, when it truly became the epicenter of SoCal teen life. But the truth remained that we weren't big Galleria fans. It had never fully captured our imaginations. Maybe we were snobs who preferred the Jonathan Beach Club or the restaurants and movie theaters and arcades of Westwood, or shopping along Melrose Avenue, which was both seedy and cool and seemed like the pinnacle of New Wave LA in 1981. But the Galleria to us at 16 and 17 seemed like a place for kids, and we were already partying at nightclubs like the Odyssey and the Seven Seas and going to concerts on our own. And by comparison, the Galleria just didn't have the aura for us that it did for the rest of our teenage peers in that moment in Los Angeles. Also, there had recently been a mid-air plane crash 2,500 feet above the Galleria in June when a Cessna that had just taken off from the Van Nuys airport clipped a Piper Cub that lost a wing and then spiraled into the May Company, ending up half in, half out of the roof, and that killed 3 people, 2 guys and a girl, all 21, who were from Camarillo. And this had spooked our group. But since it was never a central part of our adolescence, it's hard to conjure many memories, except that I remember it was 3 levels surrounding an open space, and the entire ceiling was a kind of skylight, an atrium, where natural light flooded through, giving it a bright center, and the faint impression that it was in fact an open mall. The carpeting, I think, was mauve, and the railings were white chrome, with staircases connecting each level along with 2 escalators anchored in the center of the mall, along with a pair of glass-walled elevators on either side. The first stop for me was always the B. Dalton's bookstore on the second level, and then I'd usually hit Licorice Pizza to search for new cassettes and LPs. Browsing through bookstores almost always calmed me down. And as I looked over the latest bestsellers for that week on the front display table, I realized whatever annoyance, even anger, I had felt about Robert Mallory was dissipating, because it was just a joke, a guy thing. It was nothing sinister. I had instigated it. It was all my fault. No big deal. We'd laugh about it later on. Everything seemed to float away in the fluorescent lit temple of the bookstore, my favorite place. In 1981, I was in a major Joan Didion phase, a writer that Mr. Robbins, my English teacher, had introduced us to when he taught Slouching Towards Bethlehem our junior year. And soon I was taking almost all of my cues from that book of essays, as well as another collection, The White Album, and her Hollywood novel, Played as It Lays. And her style and tone was what I aspired to be as a writer, and I was trying to mimic her prose in the fiction I was working on. But in the summer of 1981, I was also reading commercial writers like Martin Cruz Smith, whose Russian set crime novel, Gorky Park, was a bestseller, and which I'd read in July, as well as what would be the year's biggest-selling novel, James Clavell's Noble House, a 1,000-page historical saga set in Hong Kong. And I'd also liked Joseph Wambaugh's latest, The Glitter Dome, and Ken Follett's The Key to Rebecca, which I just read in paperback. I knew Sidney Sheldon wasn't necessarily a good writer, but I liked Bloodline from a few years back, which had a snuff movie subplot. And I'd read his most recent book, now out in paperback, Rage of Angels. I also enjoyed reading Robert Ludlum thrillers. I especially liked The Gemini Contenders and The Hallcroft Covenant. And the first of his Jason Bourne novels had been published the previous year in 1980. But John Le Carré was too sophisticated for me at 17. I was also lost in a period where I seemed to prefer horror novels to just about anything else. Stephen King was at the top of the list, and I'd read everything by him. I'd also been a fan of Peter Straub's Ghost Story in 1979. It had scared and disturbed me in ways very few horror novels could. And in 1981, my favorite had been an epic about vampires roaming Los Angeles by Robert McCammon called They Thirst. That week in 1981, I was reading Cujo, which was the #1 bestseller then, and The White Hotel by D.M. Thomas, one of those not infrequent literary curiosities that hit the lists and were read by a wider audience than expected, and which my mother had bought a copy of. I looked at a new paperback by a writer I hadn't heard of, Don DeLillo, called The Names, which had a black and white photo of a shirtless white boy on the cover sharpening a spear. You couldn't see his face, just his lightly muscled teenage torso and chest, and I was almost intrigued enough to buy it, but realized I had enough to read and there was nothing I really wanted, and I was determined to work on my own novel waiting for me in the bedroom of Mulholland. Stacks of notebooks sat next to an electric Olivetti typewriter, the journals I would use to help write the book. I started heading toward Licorice Pizza, but changed my mind and took the escalator up to the 3rd floor where the food court and the arcade were located to see what was playing at the Pacific 4 theaters, though I wasn't sure I wanted to watch a movie. I'd probably already seen everything anyway. School had been out for almost a couple of hours. It was 4:30. And yet, there weren't a lot of kids around. This was the first day back for many of us, and it might have been too early in the season for kids to head immediately to the Galleria once classes were done for that day. Any of them who were at the Galleria that afternoon seemed to be at the food court, located on the top floor, which was the main hangout because the Time Out arcade was there, as well as the Pacific 4 movie theaters. The northern side of the food court started with Chip Yard cookies, and then passed along to places like Hot Dog on a Stick and Kebabi, Mexican Dan's and Perry's Pizza, and ended with an Orange Julius. A McDonald's and a Taco Bell were located on the 2nd floor of the mall. That Tuesday, it was mostly teenage girls in pairs dotting the red-top tables that looked out over the mall. Private school babes from Corvallis and Oakwood and Grant, pretty and SoCal tan, still in their uniforms, and sitting under the atrium as the lingering afternoon sun lit the scene. There was a hushed quality to that afternoon, even though this was a world made up of adolescents. Teens worked the food court as well as congregated there. But today, any of the boisterous, electric rowdiness that hummed beneath the mall's social scene on busy afternoons and weekends was largely absent. Everything was quiet and subdued. I was at the ticket booth of the Pacific 4 theaters looking at the show times when I suddenly realized I was hungry since I hadn't eaten my lunch Robert Mallory had. And my stomach was growling, and I thought about heading down to the 2nd floor to McDonald's. Besides, there was nothing playing at the theaters. Heavy metal, private lessons, Hell Night. I wandered away to the railings and looked down at the ground floor of the mall 3 stories below me and thought about what would happen if I fell or jumped or was pushed. I looked up at the other side of the mall and scanned the vendors at the food court. Even though there was nothing there I really wanted to eat, my scan confirmed this. And then I was about to turn away from the railing when I froze and suddenly, involuntarily, gripped it. Robert Mallory was leaning against the Swenson's ice cream counter. He was talking to the lone girl working there that afternoon. She was generically blonde and pretty and wearing the Swenson's uniform, which made her look as if she was working in an old-fashioned ice cream parlor. The first thing I noticed, she was smiling widely at him. It was genuine, and she looked a little stunned. Robert's head was cocked raffishly, and he was saying something that was making her laugh as if he was doing an impression of someone. She was trying not to look at him in awe as she handed him the ice cream cone, 1 large scoop, pink. He paid for it and then walked away as she just stared at him. He seemed to know what effect he had on the girl, and judging from the expression on his face, it pleased him. Robert just ambled along the food court, licking the ice cream cone. He had followed me into the Galleria, I realized. This was never his destination. I was the reason. He had turned around after my car dived into the alley, and I was almost certain he had found the Mercedes and parked next to it. When I left the mall, this was confirmed. The black 911 Porsche was parked directly next to the 450 SL on the semi-deserted third level of the parking structure. Robert stopped, looked around the food court, and seemed to make his decision on what direction to head based on where the most girls were available. This was the seating area. Girls in pairs passed him as he shuffled through the food court toward the seating area, and then clutched each other giggling, whipping their heads back to gawk at the hot guy in the private school uniform who was eating an ice cream cone and had just passed them. It played out as almost a parody of teenage girl lust. He wasn't oblivious to it either. Sometimes he looked back when he heard their laughter and smiled and just continued walking in an aimless way through the food court. Other times he confidently ignored them. There was no hint of the hesitant outsider at lunch earlier beneath the shadow of the pavilion, and I had another awful premonition about Susan Reynolds and what would happen to Tom Wright and all of the potential drama involved ruining senior year. But I also hoped in that moment that it was just the writer imagining this and that I was worrying over nothing. Robert had made it to the steps of the seating area in the food court, the ice cream cone half finished, and he was casually checking the tables out. It all seemed innocent enough. I was now standing behind a column across the mall, watching. My heart was beating fast, and I felt flushed, slightly dizzy from hunger. I was also aware of a faint embarrassment that I had been reduced to this, hiding behind a column in the Galleria, staking out Robert. He walked down the steps into the seating area, just wandering around until two girls sitting at a table were brazen enough to ask him something as he passed. Robert stopped, pretending to be surprised by their attention, and leaned in, suddenly looking inquisitive. He listened to something they said, and then laughed, which caused the girls to get excited. They talked for a moment, and then he gestured that he had to move on, held up the hand, not holding the ice cream cone, to show his watch. He walked away from the table, and one of the girls mock fainted. And then three other girls motioned him over to their table, and he strode to it, grinning, lapping at the ice cream cone, and I realized he was doing it so he could make them focus on his mouth, his lips, his tongue. The girls made gestures at each other, probably introducing themselves. Robert nodded, listening as they talked to him, and he answered the questions in a friendly, gracious way that was also mildly flirtatious. It became apparent that Robert didn't need to hit on anyone or act like a stalker, I noticed, because he was never rebuffed or rejected by any of the girls he chatted with in the food court. In fact, the opposite would happen when girls would say hi, waving him over to where they sat while he innocently licked the pink ice cream cone, reducing it to a small pale mound. The girls in the food court were activated, delighted by Robert's presence, and they were the ones reacting to his nonchalance. They were almost swooning as he walked away from them, and their stoic faces collapsed into surprised grimaces of delight. I slowly moved out from behind the column when Robert stepped out of the seating area and noticed two girls whom he started to follow toward the Time Out arcade, and then the three of them disappeared into the darkness of its entrance. I realized I hadn't been breathing and finally exhaled loudly, a faint pang in my chest. In early September of 1981, I would have found a way to intervene if I had known just how dangerously ill Robert Mallory actually was, but I didn't know this yet. I headed to Licorice Pizza and just stared at a display in the front window for the new Rolling Stones record, Tattoo You, and there was a poster for Belladonna, the Stevie Nicks album that had been released that June, as well as posters still up for the Endless Love soundtrack, which had been the number one song all summer long, as well as the soundtrack for Arthur. And there was also a poster for the ELO album Time, a reminder to call my dad's ticket broker and get seats for the concert on the 23rd. I didn't feel like going into the record store and instead walked slowly over to The Gap, which was by the entrance to Robinson's. I wasn't hungry anymore, maybe I just didn't notice it. Down under where the lights are low, the Devo song was still in my head as I stared into the Gap, not knowing where to go or what to do. I don't know how long I stood there in front of the store, dazed and immobile, trying to formulate a plan for the rest of the afternoon and night. I looked at my watch. I didn't want to go back to the empty house on Mulholland, but there was nowhere else I wanted to go either. The novel was waiting for me, but then I thought, was I wasting my time? Who would ever read it? Would I even want anyone to read it? But then I felt slightly better when I realized that's not why I was writing it. I realized that something was happening to me, to us, that I needed to write down. That was why I was writing the novel. It was for me and not anyone else. I also soon realized there was a presence watching me in the near-empty mall, and when I reoriented myself, Robert Mallory materialized, his image reflected in the window I was staring into behind me. I don't know why I wasn't afraid or that I didn't recoil from him, but I didn't. I simply turned and faced him. "Oh, hey," Robert said, feigning surprise at seeing me. "I thought that was you." "Hey," I said, playing along with him, keeping everything even. "And that was you, right?" he asked, grinning. "Following me?" "I wasn't following you," I said, trying not to sound hollow. "I was heading to the Galleria, and I happened to be behind you, I guess." I cocked my head. "You were in the Porsche, right?" "I know. Yeah, that was me," he said. "I was just fucking with you." He reached out and lightly punched me on the shoulder. I restrained myself from flinching. "I don't like being followed." "What are you doing here?" I asked, just trying to keep it natural. "I need to buy some clothes," he said, gesturing at the Robinson entrance, and then with the mock formality of a game show host asked, "And what brings you to the Galleria on this Tuesday afternoon?" In the same sentence, he added, lowering his voice almost conspiratorially, "There are a lot of hot girls here." I briefly floundered and landed on, "I was going to see a movie." "Oh yeah?" he asked, briefly animated. "What movie?" Well, it turns out I've seen them all, so maybe The Shining?" he asked, raising his eyebrows, grinning wolfishly. I had to admit this disarmed me. The fact that he brought this up made me trust him briefly. I smiled even though I didn't want to. "You sure you weren't there?" I felt helpless asking this, but the desire overrode rationality. "Dude, you've got to let that go." "But you were here in L.A. in May of 1980. I inadvertently interrupted him. "You have got to let that go, dude." "But I'm pretty sure I saw you, Robert." I uselessly stood my ground. "I might have been in L.A., but I haven't seen that movie," he said, bewildered by my insistence. "Am I that unforgettable?" he asked, mimicking someone fey, a pansy, lifting a limp wrist. But then he was grinning like a movie star, and though the question was supposed to make fun of me, it was said without any real malice. It was just because his handsomeness was so unnerving that briefly suggesting something about me that he didn't know, that I might be gay, was painful. And yet the pain emboldened me. What were you talking to Matt Kellner about?" I asked. "Do you know him?" "Who?" He appeared to be genuinely confused. "Matt Kellner," I said. "You were talking to him in the parking lot after school." "Oh, yeah?" Robert paused. "You saw that?" "Yeah," I said, as I was walking to my car. "Are you guys friends?" He asked this with a slyness. It was barely pronounced, but it was there. "Is that an innuendo?" I asked, and realized this was too defensive. "Yeah, we're friends." "Is that what?" Robert asked. "Nothing, no, forget it." "Innuendo about?" "Were you implying something?" I asked, "about me and Matt?" I realized Robert would have known nothing about Matt and myself because Matt wouldn't have told anyone, and I hadn't told anyone. But I froze when a thought suddenly appeared, because there was someone I had told about Matt, and that was Ryan Vaughn. But Ryan Vaughn hadn't met Robert Mallory yet, or had they shared a class together that afternoon? The afternoon that was lost to me. I imagined notes being passed in class. "Do you know Matt Kellner?" Robert writes. Ryan writes back, "Don't tell anyone he's having sex with Brett Ellis." I realized I was being ridiculous. Ryan would never do that. But the paranoia was suddenly everywhere. Why were the blenders at Orange Julius worrying, even though there was no one standing on the concourse? I refocused on Robert. "Implying?" he asked, and then changed direction. "Why didn't you come over and say hi?" Didn't want to interrupt the conversation, I said, trying to act casual. It seemed like you guys were really into it, having a deep talk or something. The three faces suddenly appeared, lured out by me, and I saw the manic cycling behind Robert's eyes as he tried to figure out something. There was the mask. There was the dangerously ill person behind the mask that we didn't know about yet. And then there was the face that was looking at the scene from a wide angle, a master shot, trying to figure out what would calm this curious and inquisitive boy who was standing in front of him. "Yeah," he started haltingly, "we have a vague family connection." "Really?" I said. "A family connection?" "Yeah, but he didn't know anything about it," Robert said. He seems like a pretty confused guy. He's just very easygoing, laid back, I said. So wait, Tom is Susan Reynolds' boyfriend, he asked? They're seeing each other. Something dropped in me. Yeah, I said, suddenly freezing. How long? What? I asked, staring at him, uncomprehending that he would be asking me this. How long have they been dating? He asked. How long have they been together? About 2 years, I said in a hollow voice. He took this in, nodded to himself, scanning them all, contemplating the information. So, he started, looking back at me. She's serious. He paused. About him. Actually, I wanted to say Tom was more serious than Susan was, but I didn't say anything, just nodded my head slowly, affirming this. I didn't want to prolong the conversation, but I couldn't stop myself. Why are you asking me this? I said. They've been serious for 2 years now. He shrugged. She's hot, he said. Quite a little honey. I remember those words and the way he said them exactly. I had never heard a girl referred to in quite that way. The little honey. Yeah, she's very pretty, I said. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I had to get away from Robert Mallory and everything that emanated from his presence. Okay, well, I gotta go. Yeah, he thumbed the entrance to Robinson's. I gotta get some threads. Okay, yeah, I said. Well, okay, I gotta go. Are you all right? He suddenly asked with a concern that felt borrowed, fake. Oh, yeah, I said. I'm fine. I'll see you tomorrow. Robert wasn't ready to say goodbye yet. He was staring at me, trying to understand the individual in front of him. Was I a friend? Was I an enemy? Could I be trusted? Would he have to play games with me? What was my story exactly? He wasn't offended or angry. He was just curious. I made a motion with my hands. Yeah? I just figured something out about you, he said, nodding slowly. Yeah, I just figured something out about you. I tried to smile. Yeah, what did you just figure out? He paused for emphasis. When you talk to me, you're really talking to yourself, dude. He murmured this and then quickly smiled, as if this was a casual and natural observation, even though it was clearly meant to unmoor me. But I laughed politely because I had nothing left to say. Confused, I immediately walked away from him and thought I was going to vomit from hunger, and I went straight to the McDonald's on the second floor of the mall and ordered a Big Mac and large fries and ate them ravenous, alone in the empty space. When I walked out of the Galleria about 15 minutes later, I saw Robert Mallory in the deserted mall, just a lone figure with a blank expression, a handsome teenage boy in a private school uniform, standing in front of a particular storefront and staring into it intently. It was the mall's pet shop called Vince's Pets. This is Bret Easton Ellis, and you're listening to the Bret Easton Ellis podcast. And we're recording this podcast on November 19th, somewhere on North Doheny Drive, just below Sunset Boulevard. As we enter into the 7th chapter of the Shards, we're going to move away a bit from Robert Mallory. And instead, I'm going to detail a phone call I received from Terry Schaefer, the movie producer who was the father of Debbie Schaefer, the girl I'd been dating since the beginning of the summer of 1981. And Terry's actions, along with mine, I have to admit, aided in the overall disintegration of the moment, I guess. As I'm simply recounting what happened during those months, Terry was a part of it. And this phone call initiated something, and this 7th section of the book also leads me to move away from Robert Mallory briefly, because I need to recount that week when Debbie Schaefer, my girlfriend, became paranoid, and detail the moment when she confronted me. ostensibly on the surface about why I didn't attend a concert with her on a Friday night. The Stray Cats were performing at the Roxy. They weren't even known here in the States in September of 1981. They only just got a record deal in the U.S., but KROQ had been playing cuts off an album that had done well in the U.K., and that's how we knew them. Well, whatever. I mean, I knew who they were, but I didn't want to go. And of course, what she was concerned with, what she was really worried about, was not only this passivity on my part, but what she perceived to be my general lack of interest in her. She repeatedly called me a zombie. She wanted to know if I was into her. And if someone has to ask if you're into them or not, then everyone probably knows what the answer is. But for some reason, I needed Debbie Schaefer that senior year. And I'm going to recount the strange afternoon we spent together where she confirmed something for me that brings us right back to Robert Mallory. But he doesn't appear in this section that I'm about to read. Instead, I have to set up Terry Schaefer's offer, and where I had drifted off to my senior year, the no longer tangible participant I had become. Something that began when I started screwing Matt Kellner and kept metastasizing, this alienation untethered to the world at large, and then my strange need to keep things going with Debbie. This is what the seventh part of the memoir is concerned with. And yet, Robert Mallory is hanging over everything, whether we knew it or not then. I had a feeling, and it's somewhat confirmed by the end of this section, that something was very wrong, which is exactly what I had intuited from Susan Reynolds beneath the bell tower when she had told me that she found Robert Mallory electrifying after school on that first day of September. Another thing that has been bothering me is that I want to avoid turning Debbie Schaefer into a cliche of a spoiled rich chick. There were plenty of girls who were, or bordered on cliche. The cheerleaders, for example, some of the wealthier girls. But Debbie most definitely wasn't. And yet sometimes I feel I'm painting her in broad strokes, or at least more broadly than what she deserves. She was actually cool, and even more so in retrospect, looking back 40 years later. And I would have probably been much happier if I had ended up with her, just accepted it, just went with it. And yet, my mild obsession, even love, and my subsequent resentment of Susan Reynolds, I blocked it, just blocked it. If Susan had decided to dump Tom Wright and become my girlfriend, I would have done it in a flash, given up Ryan Vaughn, anything. But that wasn't going to happen. Finally, I understand this is a strange way to consume content, 45 minutes of part of a story dropped every 2 weeks, and in a perfect world, it would have been great to tell it all in a month, lay everything that happened out every other day until the whole sordid thing was completed. But that's not what's happening either. This story gets more Robert Mallory specific as it goes along, and yet, as I've said on the last episode, we are cruising into the long middle section of this story. And I feel I need to set up things in such a way as to make the story complete, to make you understand exactly where I was in the fall of 1981. We are still on that first day of September after I ran into Robert Mallory outside of the Gap on the third floor concourse of the Sherman Oaks Galleria. And I'm now in my bedroom in the empty house on Mulholland, and it's night when I receive a phone call. Back on Mulholland, it was 6:30 by the time Ryan Vaughn hadn't called me yet. So I called the house in Northridge and hung up when his father answered the phone. I realized I would need to schedule calls with Ryan during the day so he'd know when to pick up. Though I'm sure he'd want to know why I didn't just ask George if I could speak to his son. Please, don't be a pussy, I heard Ryan admonish me once again. Or maybe I didn't want to talk to Ryan or to anybody since I was emotionally stunned by the day and the appearance of Robert Mallory, lust mixed with dread. I couldn't really concentrate on anything, and zoning out in the jacuzzi, dead-eyed and muttering to myself, and then taking a scalding shower barely clarified what had happened to me that day. I remained lost. I avoided 2 calls from Debbie, who left messages on my machine that involved Fiorucci, gossip about Michael Jackson that she just found out. Where could I possibly be? She was going to the Wendover stables tomorrow after school to ride Spirit. Did I want to come? Hello? Hello? We've got to hang out with Robert Mallory. Didn't you think he was kind of awesome? Susan thinks so too. Hello? Are you there? She'd try me later. Though Susan and I talked almost every other night during all of our years as friends, Tom never really liked talking on the phone, but I avoided Susan when she called on September 1st at around 8:15 because I didn't want to tell anyone about Robert Mallory and what happened on Ventura Boulevard and on the third floor of the Sherman Oaks Galleria earlier that afternoon. I was trying to process Robert Mallory and make sense of his movements and his lies, and I would have been tempted to tell Susan that Robert had asked about her relationship with Tom and how serious she was or wasn't while we stood outside the Gap in the Sherman Oaks Galleria. I was afraid that if I told her what he had said, quite a little honey, it might activate something that could then spiral out of control. It would give Susan ideas. It would give her reason to move away from Tom. It might motivate her to hook up with Robert. When you talk to me, you're really talking to yourself, dude. Repeated in my mind over and over ever since Robert said this, and I heard it again as I leaned against the headboard and stared at the Olivetti typewriter that sat on a desk facing the window with a view of the valley at night, and 3 Joan Didion books next to it, the 2 essay collections and the novel. Shingy was curled under the desk, sleeping, and I noted he'd have to be let out briefly before I went to bed. And yes, I had the Elvis Costello poster for his LP Trust on a bare wall off to the side of the room, just like Clay in Less Than Zero. This original version of Less Than Zero that I've been working on was really no longer in the outline stage, and though it would change in a few considerable ways before it was ultimately published, there would be another outline at the beginning of 1983 and a new version of the novel in 1984. It was always called Less Than Zero. There was never another title, and the narrator was always named Clay. In the fall of 1981, I was actually writing prose and scenes, and though I followed a plan, the book was going to start at one place and move forward until it ended at another, a span of 3 or 4 weeks. This was clear. This aspect was linear. It also read as fairly free form. There was a plotless narrative, with the main protagonist just wandering from scene to scene, party to party, nightclub to beach, restaurant to dealer. His descriptions and the tone of it all were commenting on what did or didn't happen in a detached and ironic way. The style was all about control. Though I was using the journals I had kept since I was in 10th grade, Less Than Zero was fiction. So it was darker than what my life had been up to at that point, but I wasn't embellishing it that much. I described parties I'd been to, nights at the Odyssey, seeing the psychedelic furs at the Whiskey, a pool party at Anthony Matthews, hanging at Jeff Taylor's father's place in Malibu, and Jeff's sex for cash thing with Ron Levin. This was darkened considerably in the book when Jeff was transformed into Julian. Even scenes involving my mother and father, their faithlessness, the problems in their marriage, the subsequent separation, though I played up my drinking and drug use. At some point, I'd gotten up from the bed and was sitting at the desk when the phone rang. It was almost 9 o'clock, and I thought it was Ryan. And since I knew he would never leave a message, I automatically picked up. Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, Three's Company, had been playing on the TV screen next to the desk with the sound turned off. They were all reruns because of the recent Writers Guild strike, and most everything that fall would be a repeat until later in October and November when new shows were available. Instead of Ryan, I heard another familiar voice. "Brett, it's Stephen Reinhardt," the voice said. "I hope it's not too late, but I have Terry Schaefer calling." What?" I automatically asked, confused. You mean Debbie?" No, Terry's calling you," Stephen said. "Pull, please." Adrenaline juiced through me, and I suddenly became overly aware of my own presence, the situation I was in, the traps I had set up for myself, the desire for connection, to leave the adolescent world and become an adult. I was both excited and filled with dread. Time for me to fly. "Hey, Brad, it's Terry." He said this in a casual way, even though he was calling me at 9 o'clock on a school night, and then immediately asked in a low voice, "What are you wearing?" I was shocked, but used to it. "Very funny," I said, but I was blushing. I could have told him I was wearing only jockey shorts, but decided against it, afraid of where that might take the conversation. He was laughing. "Just joking, just kidding." I heard ice clinking in a glass and noted the nasal quality of Terry's voice as he commanded something to Billy, the golden retriever, who barked lightly twice in the room Terry was in, and then quieted down. And then smoothly he asked, "How are you?" He sounded very professional, despite the alcohol and what I supposed was the cocaine. I'm fine, I said nervously. I stood up from the desk and began pacing the room. My face was reddened, and I had to contain my voice. I did this by lowering it. "What are you doing?" he asked. I stammered. I'm doing homework." A pause. "Well, I hope I'm not interrupting." "Oh, no, not at all, Terry. Look, I heard that Liz accosted you the other night," Terry said, "and I'm very sorry about that. Stephen told me. I'm mortified." I was suddenly relieved. "Oh, it's fine," I said. I hope she's okay." "Well, we all want her to get better," Terry said diplomatically, "but she has to want that herself, and she doesn't seem to think there's a problem." He stopped. "As of yet." I didn't know what to say. I stayed silent. "Stephen told me you were very gentle and understanding with her," Terry said, "and I appreciate that." She didn't really accost me," I stammered. "Look, I'd love to take you out for lunch," he suddenly announced. I was shocked. "You don't have to do that," I said. And then, "Why?" "No, I'm serious," he said. "I'd like to show you my appreciation. I'd also like to get to know you a little better. Debbie tells me you're a writer. I didn't know this. She says you're working on a book." Everything, all the tension dissolved. I was flattered. "Would you be interested in writing scripts?" he asked casually. I heard the clinking of ice in the pause that followed. "Yeah, sure," I said. This suggestion, this offer immediately excited me. "You like movies, right?" he asked. Yeah, definitely." "Well, I'm always looking for fresh voices," Terry said. It's an exciting time for young people," he said blandly. "But their stories aren't told well enough. Slasher flicks, sex comedies, dumb stuff." "Yeah," I said, though I like sex comedies and slasher movies. "I'll have Steven set up a date," Terry said. "Maybe we'll go to Morton's or Trump's." Okay, sure," I said. "Sounds good." There was a pause that indicated the conversation wasn't over yet, and then Terry lightly cleared his throat and said carefully, "Deborah doesn't need to know about this." I paused. "About what?" He stopped, as if he had overstepped a boundary, as if he was making a mistake. About my offer," he said. "About us going to lunch. You don't need to tell Debbie." "Oh, yeah," I said. "Oh, right, of course, yeah." At first, I didn't know why Terry thought this was important, but I went along with it. I didn't want to displease him. And then I wondered if Stephen Reinhardt was on the phone listening in. "Oh, yeah?" Terry asked, "Really? That's cool." "Oh, yeah, I said. "I won't say anything." "Good night, Brett," Terry Schaefer said to me. "Stephen will be in touch." There was a click, and then the phone call was over. I placed the phone back in its cradle and realized there was no one I could share this news with. One of the biggest producers in the business wanted to have lunch with me and talk about how maybe I could write a script for him. I was 17 and the future opened up considerably. I shivered, excited, and realized hooking up with Debbie Schaefer was one of the smartest things I'd ever done. I had ambition. I had plans. I was mapping out my own destiny. There was a way out of the trap. And looking back on that phone call from Terry Schaefer, I realized that I doubt I would have accepted Terry's invitation if it hadn't been for Robert Mallory. I would have made an excuse or told Terry I'd think about it and get back to him if I hadn't met Robert Mallory that day. There would have been no way I'd have the nerve to accept Terry's invitation and then just go along with whatever he was fantasizing about if Robert Mallory hadn't shown up. Because something had changed. Boundaries, the truth, reality, all were altered in just a day. And I realized I was becoming a different person and that Robert Mallory had forced this into happening. If Robert Mallory could act as brazenly as he had, then that opened the door for me to do the same, I now realize. He was allowing something. He had unlocked something. He was suddenly a guide through the maze of my life in only one afternoon. I was too excited to work on the novel and too keyed up to concentrate on lame TV shows I'd already listlessly glanced at while doing something else or read the Stephen King book I hadn't finished yet. So I looked through a couple of straight porn tapes that I occasionally jerked off to that I had bought from Jeff Taylor. I was under the spell of a young Joey Silvera, who had a handsome, almost boyish and lean face with wide brown eyes and a slightly sleazy mustache, but with an almost idealized body, tall and bronzed, with a flat stomach and abs and a tan line, and the requisite big cock with a brown bush. And the 3 beta tapes Silvera was in were all from the late 70s. Babyface, Extremes, and my favorite, Expensive Tastes, where a group of men, along with a woman, plot and execute a series of rapes. It was directed by a woman, which might be why Joey Silvera was, at least to me, so idealized as a physical object. He's by far the hottest guy in the movie. There's a scene where one of the intruders, all in ski masks, sucks Joey off during the rape of Silvera's own girlfriend. and was agonizingly erotic for me when I first watched it, even though we find out later it's actually a woman who's also a member of the group of rapists that was sucking off Joey, and that Joey Silvera is part of the group of rapists as well. This is just a ritual that turns them all on. And the masked cohort sucking him off gives Silvera a reason not to go to the police because he's too ashamed to admit that he was sucked off by a dude. He argues this to his raped girlfriend, seemingly anguished. I masturbated twice that night to images of Joey Silvera. There were two that almost always got me off. And then I took a Valium, which moved me into a fast and dreamless sleep, but not before I fantasized about Terry Schaefer and my future and how he was going to help me. I also knew he wanted something else from me than just lunch, and that he was proposing more than just an offer to write a screenplay, and there would probably be a quid pro quo I deal with when the moment came. Whatever happened between Terry Schaefer and myself in the fall of 1981, I take full responsibility for. He might have unlocked the door, but I opened it, and I moved into the room. I wasn't pushed. No one forced me. I did exactly what I wanted at 17. Now, 40 years later, I also have no problem writing about what happened later that fall in Bungalow 3 at the Beverly Hills Hotel, since Terry Schaefer committed suicide in the summer of 1992. That first week in September passed in a blur. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday remain hazy and indistinct for me, and because of this, I'm supposing nothing really happened, either with Robert Mallory or my friends, the calmness and order of Buckley acting as an anesthetic on the student body, reining them in. And this wasn't just selective memory on my part. If anything had happened, it would have made an impression on me, but I'm sure we all followed the rules and acted accordingly, wore our uniforms and attended classes, arrived at school and wheeled our cars into parking spaces and walked across the pavement to the bell tower and entered the campus beyond it. I wasn't avoiding anyone. I was just self-imprisoned in my own world, and the week that followed the first Tuesday back into the end of Friday became, for a moment, oddly atypical compared to what ended up later occurring that autumn. For example, that week I got used to the idea, the belief, that whatever happened to the statue of the Griffin was a harmless prank that simply took a ghoulish turn unintended, and that whoever held that flashlight in the courtyard of the library on that Monday night realized things had gotten out of hand and regretted it. And I believe that Robert Mallory was sane and no more unstable than anyone else in the senior class, and that we were all innocent and safe, protected by privilege and linked together by age and class and our parents' ambition for us. But I had increasingly not been a part of Buckley, and I was resisting the integration of myself into the stream of high school life. It appeared as if I cared because I was simply connected to its most popular center, Thomas Wright and Susan Reynolds, and because I was dating Debbie Schaefer. But I was just coasting and didn't really pay that much attention to our world. Yes, I knew all the details because I was a writer, but I wasn't living within our world. I didn't care about it. I didn't tend to it. I didn't need it. In the last year, starting in the summer of 1980, when I began driving over to Matt Kellner's on Haskell Avenue, I felt a profound disconnection from everything for the first time. And I realized I was no longer the tangible participant in not only the life of Buckley, but in the outside world as well. Nothing seemed to affect me. I had become comfortably numb. For example, I didn't care that Ronald Reagan had been elected president last November. This meant absolutely nothing to me at 17, and politics has stayed that way for the rest of my life. I'd paid attention when he was shot last March, returning to his limousine after a speaking engagement at the Washington Hilton by John Hinckley Jr., who had committed the assassination attempt to impress the actress Jodie Foster. But like everything else, it didn't really register. It was empty excitement. I knew the details, but didn't attach anything to them, feelings or meaning. For example, I might have been too young to fully appreciate John Lennon's artistry as a Beatle or a solo performer, but his shocking murder at the hands of a deranged fan, Mark David Chapman, didn't have the same effect on me as it did to my other classmates. And last December, I pretended it upset me more than it actually had, and acted appropriately melodramatic, playing double fantasy more than I wanted to. I thought it was mediocre, even though devastated mourners assured me there was greatness in it. For example, That following January of 1981, I drifted through a trip to New Orleans with my father and an excited Tom Wright to attend the Super Bowl. Though I had no interest in football, Tom Wright, of course, did, being the Griffins' quarterback. And I can't even remember what teams played against each other in the Louisiana Superdome that afternoon. Tom's dad, Lionel, had flown in from New York, and the four of us stayed at the Ritz-Carlton, where I shared a room with Tom. And though I was alienated enough not to be able to tell you what teams played, it was the Oakland Raiders versus the Philadelphia Eagles, I can remember with the intensity of a brightly lit snapshot Tom changing in front of me in the hotel room we shared, and briefly glimpsing him naked, coming out of the bathroom in a Ritz-Carlton robe after taking a shower, and just idly talking to me as he slipped the robe off, turning demurely so I wouldn't see his dick when he slipped on a pair of jockey shorts as I watched the white cotton stretch over his perfect ass. I had seen a variation of this many times before in the boys' locker room at Buckley, but it seemed so much more intimate in a hotel room far from Los Angeles. It felt, just very briefly, that something could have happened, though I'm not delusional enough to pretend my desire would have been reciprocated by Tom. But I remember that image more than the game itself, where we sat high above the field in a VIP booth, complete with a full bar and a number of waiters, where Tom and I ordered shrimp cocktails and were allowed to drink beer, and a number of men came up to say hello to both my father and to Lionel Wright. The Iran hostage crisis had just ended. There was a pre-game ceremony honoring this, and the Superdome had been wrapped in a giant yellow ribbon to show solidarity with the hostages. The country had been strewn with yellow ribbons for what seemed like years, and yet I was more interested in Tom Wright's ass and the perfection of it than anything else on that trip. Though I remember we met NBC anchormen Dick Enberg and Bryant Gumbel, who would later be interviewing me on the Today Show 4 years later, the summer Less Than Zero was published. For example, events that meant something to the world at large failed to ignite my interest. The royal wedding between Prince Charles and Lady Diana happened in July, and I never watched a minute of it as the ceremony aired across the globe. Susan and Debbie were hooked to the spectacle. The lack of engagement from the no longer tangible participant, I noted, was vast and spreading. Sex and novels and music and movies interested me and were the only things that made life bearable. Not friends, not school, not social scenes, not interactions. And that was the summer where I may have watched Raiders of the Lost Ark every other week in a theater, but barely had dinner with my separated parents even twice. The movies I responded to in 1981 included The Decline and Fall of Western Civilization, about the LA punk rock scene, which was considered the documentary of the year, even though I didn't like any of the music. But I just went along with it. I pretended. We were all convinced that Albert Brooks's romantic satire Modern Romance, released early in February, was a comic masterpiece. And we also thought Louis Malle's Atlantic City was surprisingly genius as well. And I took note of how excellent John Guare's script was, a model of the form. I was much more interested in Brian De Palma's political thriller Blowout in ways my classmates weren't. Tom Wright wasn't entirely convinced by it, even though I had seen it 3 times. But it was often sex that guided my taste. I had erotic fantasies about William Hurt ever since I saw him naked in Altered States that last January, a dream of tall and blonde-haired, blue-eyed young waspiness. And he was one of the reasons I responded to the sexed-up thriller Body Heat. I had fallen in love with Jeff Bridges in Cutter's Way, a little-known modern noir that I thought was important and disturbing, and he had never been sexier. An actor who had jolted me in 1975 when I first noticed him in a movie called Hearts of the West, especially in a scene where he rises naked from a bathtub. And yet no one wanted to see Cutter's Way when it was briefly released last spring. It looked boring and depressing, they said. I still had horny feelings for Michael Biehn in an admittedly bad movie called The Fan, where he stalks Lauren Bacall, but where he also lets a guy blow him who he ends up murdering. I had noticed him first in a movie called Coach that I caught in 1978 on a double bill when I was staying with my grandfather in Elko, Nevada, where he owned a number of hotels and casinos, the summer after my grandmother had died of pancreatic cancer in Palm Springs. Biehn appears naked in a locker room shower, a college athlete about to have sex with his older new coach, played by Kathy Lee Crosby, and I found him endlessly erotic. There were also random love objects, Ken Wall in Fort Apache, the Bronx, and Martin Hewitt in Endless Love, that made these movies far more interesting than they would have been otherwise. And yet, I'd seen Wolfen, about feral animals killing people in New York and starring Albert Finney, alone at the Cinerama Dome one night. And though I had admired its violence and visual elegance, when I watched it recently in 2020, was somewhat dumbfounded by the stupidity of the concept and its ending, something I had a feeling I would think about many of the American movies I admired in 1981 when I was 17, if revisited today. In terms of foreign movies earlier that year, I was introduced to Paul Verhoeven with Spetters, which had copious nudity and a male rape scene that stunned me and made me enamored of the movie more than I should have been. I didn't like television because it couldn't offer the sexuality or the violence that movies like Spetters could. Maybe we'd watch Saturday Night Live, but I thought the most popular shows were silly and annoying, Mork and Mindy, Dynasty. Except for movies and books and music and sex, there was nothing else going on that interested me, not even my own life, which I looked at as a pantomime, a stunt, a role I performed rather than lived, and one that I barely inhabited anyway, lamely improvising my way through the narrative. I had no stakes in the outside world. Why would I? It wasn't built for me or my needs or my desires, and I was reminded of this almost constantly since I was locked in a teenage horniness skyrocketing to an all-time high, and I was almost constantly activated by things I found erotic and yet could never have. This was usually my only point of reference. This was what contributed to the no longer tangible participant. Maybe I don't remember that first week back because I realized that senior year was going to become a struggle and that I'd need to resort to a kind of cunning to get through it. And this helped distract me even further from my day-to-day reality. But it also must have been a quiet week because I don't remember anything dramatic happening. Students were adjusting to a new year back, and Buckley made it easy for everyone. It pampered you and made you feel safe, and that you not only mattered, but that you were important. But Buckley, for me, was increasingly an alienating place. Not that its trappings and facade didn't mirror my own upbringing, but on a deeper level, everything about it seemed false, in ways unlike for Ryan Vaughn, whom Buckley, I began finding out, started stoking a kind of class resentment. He had been dealt the wrong cards. He was gay and middle class. A resentment that baffled me at first, because why would Ryan Vaughn even care? He had always acted like he didn't care. But his increasing anger meant he cared, and he had been so good at pretending he hadn't. This facade began to crack in ways I couldn't imagine in the fall of 1981. The days just evaporated. I only went to classes, and I wasn't a member of any group. I hadn't even joined the Buckley Literary Magazine, 2 issues a year, or the Buckley Gazette, bi-weekly, and there was an endless list of extracurricular activities that I never neared. The drama club, the backpacking club, the biology club, the dance club, the cooking club, among dozens of others. I remained a proud underachiever. Things happened that first week. There was fallout from a racist skit that had been performed in Senora Ippolito's Spanish 2 class. We found out our algebra teacher, Mrs. Susskind, was getting a divorce. One of the bus drivers had died at her home from a heart attack. There had been a fire in a utility shed on the sports field. But I don't really remember anything about our group. Robert didn't join us for lunch at the center table beneath the pavilion that week. It seemed he was testing out other groups, sizing up other possibilities, and it was as if he was staying purposefully away from Susan Reynolds. I glimpsed Robert eating with Matt Kellner on Thursday, but neither of them were saying anything to each other. In fact, Matt was wearing a Walkman, sunning himself, eyes shut, Robert cross-legged next to him, reading a book. I couldn't see what it was. It wasn't until Debbie demanded that we hang out Friday night at my place with Tom and Susan when I suddenly woke up, paid attention, and said, "Sure, why not?" having only a faint idea of the frustrations Debbie was experiencing about me and my distance and my lack of interest in us. I hadn't heard from her father or Stephen Reinhardt about that lunch Terry had wanted to set up. At either, I remembered starry-eyed, Trump's or Morton's, 2 show business watering holes that sat across from each other on Robertson Boulevard, just off Melrose in West Hollywood, and which would be my entry into a brand new world, the one beyond Buckley and the house on Mulholland, the world of movies and adults. Time for me to fly. But Debbie had to move the get-together with Susan and Tom from Friday to Saturday because she wanted to go to the Roxy to see a rockabilly band from the UK called the Stray Cats. And I had no desire, but not because I didn't like the band. We listened to their import record produced by Dave Edmunds a lot that summer before their American debut was released the following year. Even though the song Rock This Town was being played on KROQ, the Stray Cats didn't have a record deal in the U.S. as of then. And I didn't go to the Roxy that night, even though Debbie promised me there'd be a lot of celebrities and we'd hang out upstairs after the show, because this gave me the opportunity to see Ryan Vaughn. I didn't call Ryan that afternoon because he was at football practice, and instead waited for the allotted time we'd agreed upon earlier that day when we were having lunch. And he picked up the phone, amused that I was so prompt. I had hoped Ryan would want to get together and maybe spend the night at the house in Mulholland with me, but there was something tomorrow morning with his mom and dad and younger brother he couldn't get out of, and he didn't tell me what it was, and I didn't ask. I imagined it was religious, church-related. "What about tomorrow night?" he asked. "Your parents are still out of town, right?" This suggestion put me into an automatic, distracted, erotic trance. "I could be there around 6, he trailed off. And then I realized that the plans with Debbie and Susan and Tom had been moved to tomorrow night, so I invited Ryan to come for dinner and to hang out with us, and then when everyone left, he could stay over and we'd spend Sunday together. Maybe he could even sleep over on Sunday night as well. Since there were no new movies that weekend, Westwood wasn't really an option, so we could spend all day lying around the pool. How did that sound?" "That's a little ambitious," Ryan said cautiously, as if he was glancing around the room he was standing in. "That's a little too much, and I don't really want to hang out with that group." He said this quietly in a low voice. "You like me, you like Tom," I said. "It would only be for dinner." "Tom's okay," Ryan said, noncommittal. "He thinks you're great," I said, trying to soften his hardness. "He's not that smart." "That's not true, Ryan. Maybe Sunday we can hang out." Ryan paused. "I want to see you. I think about you." "I think about you too. But for this to work requires a certain amount of subterfuge," he said slyly in a low, sexy voice, as if this was a game we were playing. "Do you understand?" "Why do you sound like a spy from a 1940s movie?" I asked. "I'm just practical," he said. I liked the new subtle slyness in his voice. "Yeah," I said, nodding, alone in my bedroom. I get it, but I gotta go," he said. "Talk to you later." He made a reference to the Tube song that had been popular earlier that year. There was a click. I thought I had fucked up. In my frustration, I was going to cancel with Debbie and Tom and Susan and then call Ryan back when Tom suddenly called and told me that instead of going for sushi at the Japanese place in the Beverly Glen Center, about a mile down the road from the house in Mulholland, I didn't even know that had been part of the plan. Susan and Debbie decided to order pizza from San Pietro's, and that's what we'd be doing tomorrow night. "But why are we doing this?" I blurted out, frustrated. "What do you mean?" Tom asked. "What is this get-together about?" Tom said that Susan wanted to talk to us about something, a party she wanted to throw. Didn't I know about this? And she thought it would be fun if we all planned it together. That's all. What's your problem? "Is everything okay, Brett?" In Tom's calm, almost plaintive question, filled with an innate sense of care, I realized that everything was, in fact, fine, and that I actually didn't want to be alone Saturday night, and I was relieved that people would be coming over. I'd deal with Ryan on Sunday, I hoped. And so on that Friday night, I typed up 5 pages of Lesson Zero, though these pages wouldn't appear in the published version, and then heated up the enchiladas Rosa had prepared for me, finished reading Cujo. The kid died. I was impressed and shocked. Stephen King had balls. And then I watched Joey Silvera in a scene from Expensive Taste again. The 2 new movies on the Z Channel that week were Flash Gordon and Roman Polanski's Tess from last December, and like most movies I had already seen in theaters. After letting Shingy out, I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. And I ended up driving through the canyons while playing a song I'd become haunted by, Nowhere Girl by B.E.E., which had come out as a single in the UK in 1980 and would always put me into a strange and heightened mood, a kind of spell. I was in a film. It was a piano-driven minor-key new wave song, far away and ethereal, doomy and lightly propulsive. It would aid in whipping me along the desolate streets of the Mercedes convertible, making the loneliness of my world seem thrilling. something to embrace and covet. The emptiness and numbness I felt were feelings whenever I heard this song, and the song also applied to Julie Selwyn and wherever she had disappeared to that summer, twirling on the dance floor at the Seven Seas in a video fading into the strobe. I drove late that night listening to Nowhere Girl over and over while I traced Mulholland and a deserted Sepulveda, zooming up Beverly Glen and back to the lit house on the cliffside overlooking the valley, until I was tired enough to finally fall asleep, and then I dropped onto the bed exhausted, ignoring the messages Debbie left on the answering machine whenever her calls awakened me in the middle of the night. It was 4 o'clock on that first Saturday of September when I heard the doorbell. Since Debbie and Tom and Susan weren't coming over until 6, I walked to the front door with mild trepidation. For a flash, I thought hopefully it was Ryan, that he had changed his mind. He'd come to surprise me. And the fantasy was momentarily exciting until I thought maybe it was the trawler. Someone in a black ski mask in broad daylight, clenching a knife in a gloved fist, not caring, waiting for me to open the door, slavering. I was next on the list. But when I looked through the viewing hole, I saw Debbie, alone, wearing wayfarers, impatiently standing there, grim-faced, waiting. I paused before opening the door, realizing something was wrong. I wondered where Susan and Tom were. Debbie rang the doorbell again, startling me. I opened the door. Debbie didn't say anything as she passed across the foyer and into the kitchen, where she pulled a pink can of Tab out of the refrigerator and then opened the sliding glass door and walked out to one of the chases arranged by the pool. Shingy had followed her and was jumping around excitedly, as she just sat on the edge of the chase, ignoring the dog, and contemplated the blue, still water through her sunglasses. Okay, I said to myself as she lit a closed cigarette, not looking back at the house. She had expected me to follow her, but I was resentful that she had arrived on Mulholland earlier than planned. I was going to work out in the makeshift gym next to the garage and then jerk off, go for a swim, and then reread what I had written yesterday before Tom and Susan and Debbie arrived. But that was not going to happen, I realized, as I stared at Debbie through the sliding glass doors, knowing she was in a mood, and I was the target, and I resented it. Instead of going outside and playing her version of the scene out, I walked through the kitchen and down the hallway to my bedroom. I turned on the TV and sat at my desk thinking things through. In my bedroom, the door leading out to the deck was open, and there were no sounds coming from the yard, which contributed to the annoying suspense of the moment. I waited 20 minutes until I finally heard her on the veranda leading to the outdoor entrance of my room. I realized futilely this had been a contest that I won. Debbie walked across the deck, sunglasses pushed up against her forehead, Shingy following, still curious, still excited by her presence. Debbie seemed confused, even angry. "Hello? Brett? Hello?" "I'm in here," I called out. She finally stood in the doorway, but didn't come in. I had remained at my desk in front of the typewriter. "Why are you in here?" she asked. "Why didn't you come outside?" "I thought you wanted to be alone," is how I played it. This ticked her off. "Why would I come over here if I wanted to be alone?" "You're early," I said. "Is something wrong?" "You're not happy to see me?" she asked. "You're not excited to see me? You're asking your girlfriend if something's wrong?" "You're just early," I said. "I wasn't expecting you until 6. "We've got to clear something up," she said. "I need to know where you are." "Where I am?" I pretended to be confused, even though I knew exactly what she was getting at. "Do you like me?" This came out hard and fast, more of a declaration than a question, and I didn't have to act surprised because I legitimately was. "Very much," I said, stunned. "But if you're asking that, you must think I don't, and that's a problem." She wasn't convinced, but she softened, and from where she was standing, she looked around the room. Rosa hadn't come that day, so the bed was unmade, and a T-shirt and a pair of tennis shorts and a towel were strewn next to it. And then she saw the answering machine blinking on the nightstand next to the bed and looked back at me. I knew the messages were hers because I heard Debbie leaving them at midnight and 1 o'clock and 2:15, but I hadn't picked up, just groaned and fell back asleep, pushing a pillow over my head. But the blinking light proved to her that I hadn't played them, and therefore confirmed I hadn't heard her, when in fact I actually had, as she was leaving the messages. She bit her lip, contemplating something. "How serious are you?" she asked. "Why are you asking me this?" "Because you've been a frigging zombie this past week." "No, I haven't," I said automatically, and then realizing, I'm sorry. "A zombie.
A fucking zombie. I really don't know what's wrong with you. She realized she was being uselessly harsh, so she softened again. Talk to me. She paused. I need you to be honest with me. Honest about what? I need your reassurance. No bullshit. You need my reassurance? I asked. About what? About us, she said. God, you're such a zombie. You're just saying things, I said. You're just talking. None of it's making sense. You need my reassurance? I need your reassurance, Brett, about us. For a very brief moment, I was on the verge of admitting something to her. A truth, my real feelings. I wouldn't mention Matt or Ryan, but I'd tell her that I wasn't as into her as she thought I was going to be when we first had sex last June. And that I'm sorry about that. This whole thing had been a mistake, my fault. My passivity is a problem. I thought it would work. I wanted it to work. I care about you. And this, you and I, isn't real. This isn't happening. I'm sorry. But then I realized with an acid awareness that I didn't want to complicate the year because everything had been set up. The narrative was already in play, and we were already enacting our roles. There was nowhere else to go. I didn't want to come out. I wanted to keep hiding the real Brett. I intuited this was a year that was going to be a bummer in so many ways, that I actually needed the safety of Debbie's structure of this pretend world we were all living in so I could get to June. It was simply the easiest path. Even though I didn't want to, it was, I also realized, a role I would be able to play. I would just have to be much more careful now and pay attention in ways that I hadn't before. In that moment, it was such an easy choice, really the only one. There wasn't another alternative. I was going to be the attentive boyfriend. The pragmatist was going to try and become the tangible participant once again. I really like you, I told her. And this was true. This was real and not a lie, because I always thought she was cool. I always thought she was amusing. You know how I am, I said, shrugging. Susan says you have secrets. That's just a game we play. Are we playing a game? I'm not playing a game. You're either with me or you're not, she said. I'm with you. I don't want to trap you, but I need to know. You're amazing. You're beautiful. I'm just distracted. I'm just out of it. You know that. I hate asking this, Brett. I hate being put in this position. You're putting yourself in this position because you should just, I don't know, be into me, Brett, or not. Maybe you're into someone else. Are you into someone else? No. Because if you are, just tell me. I swear I'm not. She stared at me. The anger was replaced with longing. Hey, baby, I said, come here. She pouted. It was both real and exaggerated, like so many aspects of Debbie. And then she walked over to me and automatically slid onto my lap. I wrapped my arms around her tightly in an embrace. You know I get distracted, I said softly. I get lost in my own world. I get lost in my book. You've known this about me since we were kids, how spacey I can get. You've always known this about me. You just seem so totally spacey this last week, she said quietly. We've barely hung out. She kissed me. I gave her my tongue and then pulled back, but not in a teasing way. Hey, I said softly again. How was the show last night? How were the Stray Cats? Fun, she said. I wish you'd come. They're going to be big. They have a U.S. deal with EMI. I remembered she said this before trailing off and kissing me again. We led each other to the unmade bed and fell onto it, and my lips and mouth became sticky with the strawberry gloss coating her lips. And then I was on top of her, and she wrapped her legs around my waist, grinding into me, while I tried concentrating on the sex, and focused on what I was supposed to be doing, making sure my actions and movements were tinged with the requisite lust. But it was distracting because Debbie liked to move fast, and impatient, she took over quickly, as she usually did, and then I was lying on my back and pulling my T-shirt over my head while she pulled my underwear and shorts all the way off, flinging them to the floor. She lifted her Camp Beverly Hills T-shirt and unhooked the bra herself, revealing those incredibly perfect breasts, soft, pink, and large and firm, with small, stiff nipples the color of cotton candy, while grinding against me, riding me, her hands pressing down on my chest as she balanced herself, leaning over and kissing me again. And then she maneuvered out of her shorts and panties until she was fully naked above me, riven with lust. And the fantasy we were creating almost cracked for me because of how real it seemed to her. In order for this to work, I had to stop thinking Debbie deserved someone else, because I also had to believe that she deserved me. The known fact, Debbie Schaefer was the hottest girl at Buckley. She wasn't the classic beauty that Susan Reynolds embodied, but she was the fantasy figure adolescent boys jerk off to, dream of naked, fucking. She was Penthouse, a Vargas girl, the cover of Candy O. She was the teen boy ideal, a porn star. Any guy would have been extremely lucky to have her. I believe that someone would kill in a testosterone-fueled rage to be able to have her, to instill the memory of that fuck in order to save their own pathetic life and give it meaning. Add to this, she was smart. Debbie wasn't an airhead, as if this even mattered compared to the power of her physicality. So why was I, Brett Ellis, her boyfriend? I had gone through the usual adolescent problems. I'd never had braces, but I had gained weight in 8th grade while staying with my grandfather in Nevada that summer. Too many unsupervised vanilla milkshakes and cheeseburgers in the coffee shop at one of his hotels, and visits to the drugstore on Main Street in Elko to buy a bag of candy that would take me through the night. And didn't lose it entirely until the end of 9th grade. I had a few awkward haircuts, light acne that luckily vanished completely before 10th grade began, and with the help of an expensive dermatologist in Beverly Hills. And yet I had insecurity issues because I never felt I was in Tom Wright's league, or as good-looking and athletic as Ryan Vaughn, or even as hot as Matt Kellner. But it turned out that into 11th and 12th grade, I was actually quite close, though I realized this fully much later on. I just hadn't liked myself enough, and the attendant aloof attitude never endeared me to a lot of girls. In retrospect, I realized, in fact I was told, that there were many of them who had liked me, but the elusive vibe I gave off was intimidating. "Don't touch me there," the Tubes sang out in one of my favorite songs. The mock 1960s parody lyrics were about a woman who wasn't ready for sex, but to me it had become a metaphor about my own alienation. What did Deborah see in me that she didn't see in anyone else during that moment? Did she see a version of Terry, and was she trying to figure something out about her father through me, or was that overly complicating her simple desires? I realized early on that my distance and supposed spaciness implied to Debbie that I was just another dude, and this had worked to my advantage over the summer. I was just the cool customer. I was only the intangible participant. I was blank and minimal, clean angles, and sparsely decorated. And though I assumed on a certain level I was cooler than everybody, the truth was that Debbie made me look cooler than I really was in the eyes of others. But it was confusing. Debbie was raised a rich girl, and she took advantage of her wealth and seemingly did whatever she wanted, completely unencumbered by the realities of the world, even though she was aware that her mother was an alcoholic and her father was gay. And as she increasingly moved toward the edges of, I don't know how else to put it, the trappings of a rock and roll lifestyle and the bands and men that attracted her, I was, by comparison, a fairly clean-cut option, a preppy wasp, almost square. I could have easily passed as a dude in a fraternity or a member of the Young Republican National Federation. In fact, all the guys at Buckley our senior year resembled this. Tom, Ryan, Jeff, Matt. And I was surprised Debbie found me, of all people, as sexy as she did. Debbie was actually hip compared to me, and she was hungry for experience in ways that I simply wasn't. And I had known so little about her, I realized, over the summer of 1981. I never wanted her to come off as desperate and needy, and I had to take responsibility for this. I had created this version of Debbie Schaefer in the summer before our senior year, and I hated the way she had transformed because of her feelings for me. Her desire and frustration were real and intertwined, and it was all my fault. The false vibes I had given out encouraged her lust. I had been the secretive and not entirely trustworthy boyfriend, the cad, not the bad boy exactly, but the boy who wasn't there. The incredible, shrinking boy. As I said, she deserved better. Debbie had taken complete control and straddled me, pumping up and down and grinding on my dick, which, unlike on Monday night in her bedroom, had gotten fully stiff. My hands reached for her breast, and she encouraged me to lightly run my palms over her nipples, which were extremely sensitive, and she was moaning how good it felt. She jerked my cock off, and then she guided me into her. We never wore condoms. And it amazed me how quickly she came. It was within minutes of me thrusting into her while her fingers manipulated her clitoris that I could feel her clenching around my stiff cock. And then she wanted me to come too, and she kept urging me on as I kept thrusting upward, straining to ejaculate. And though I was still hard, there was the fear that I wasn't going to be able to maintain the erection. And so I pulled out and started jerking myself off, eyes closed. thinking about Matt Kellner, naked and wet, on his knees, sucking my cock as I leaned against a wall in the pool house, while Debbie leaned over and kissed me, massaging my balls as I kept stroking myself. And then she pushed my hand away and started sucking my penis. And even though I preferred getting myself off with my hand to a blowjob, Debbie gave the most accomplished and professional head I've ever received. There were no teeth. She swallowed the cock. She kept raising the tension of the act. She pressed a finger deep against my asshole. She was expertly sucking my dick and then jerking it off, and it was slathered with her saliva. And I saw Ryan's spread ass above my face as we sucked each other off in a 69 position while I tried to tongue his smooth pink butthole on that afternoon in August. And then it was Matt again, and I remembered how intensely I'd made him orgasm on Monday. I started breathing harder, tensing up. I didn't think I was going to be able to come, but I found myself lifting my head and nodding at her, unexpectedly climaxing while thrusting into her mouth, my legs wide open, ejaculating uncontrollably as she kept jerking off the shaft, half of the penis in her mouth, swallowing the semen that spurted out of me. Again, in retrospect, looking back at 56, this was among the best blowjobs I've ever received in my life. And again, I wondered how she had learned to perform this act with such effortless carnality. I knew that Debbie never had a steady boyfriend at Buckley, but I also knew that she had fucked around, starting about 15 with a variety of guys, always older, of course, usually musicians, flings with dudes in the bands she followed, a few of them famous. But she'd never been with anyone at school except for me, and I imagine she must have perfected her technique with the guys she met at the Whiskey and Madame Wong's and On the Rocks, or maybe she had trained herself. What did it matter? It didn't matter, I realized, panting. She was now grinning, pleased with herself and with me, and kissed my mouth, and I smiled groggily at her and tasted my own semen, remnants of it on her lips and on her tongue. Afterwards, we walked naked to the jacuzzi and sat in it quietly, listening to the traffic on Mulholland while watching Shingi roam the expanse of lawn as the light above us very slowly started changing, receding into a softer light. And soon it was almost 6, the time when Tom and Susan were supposed to come over. We had stayed silent in the jacuzzi. Just the sounds of the jets set on low, lightly causing the water to bubble was the only noise, until she asked, "What do you think of Robert?" I thought about how to answer this. "The new guy?" "Do you listen to yourself?" she asked, pretending to be shocked. "Do you pay attention?" She moved closer to me, grinning. "Are we in the same conversation?" She stared at me, amusingly bewildered. "Who else would I possibly be talking about?" "Yes, Robert, the new guy." Okay, I said, trying to smile back. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," she said. "Just be, I don't know, more present, babe." "Okay, the new guy, yes," I said. Debbie was now straddling my lap, facing me, half floating in the warm water. "What about him?" "What do you think of him?" she asked. "I don't really know him," I said, not wanting to get into a conversation about Robert Mallory. "I think Susan likes him," Debbie said softly, hoping to surprise me, pressing lightly down on the word likes. I didn't want to take the bait. I didn't want to go through that door with Debbie, and I ignored the comment. "What about you?" I asked playfully, teasing her. "Huh? What about you? What do you think of the new guy?" She looked into my eyes, trying to figure something out, perhaps why I was evading the question, and why I wasn't more curious with what she had suggested about Susan. "Not really my type." "Oh, I think he's probably everyone's type," I said. She pushed off me and floated on her back in the lightly bubbling water. I wouldn't want to go out with a boy who was that much better looking than me," Debbie said. "Hey, thanks a lot," I said, splashing at her. "Oh, you know what I mean," she said, smiling up at the fading sky. "Like a model, or whatever." She paused. "It's not my thing." "Susan likes him?" I asked. "How do you know?" Debbie shrugged. It was evasive and held a meaning that she wanted me to pursue and decipher, but I didn't want to follow through on that particular storyline, and so all I said was, "I hope she behaves herself." Debbie, her eyes closed, smiled, nodding her head as she floated in the water, her blonde hair splayed out, and only said, "Let's hope."
This is part 8 of the Shards, and we were back at the house in Mulholland on that Saturday afternoon in September when Debbie Schaefer came over unannounced and angrily confronted me about my passivity and my apparent lack of interest in her, why I didn't go with her to the Stray Cats at the Roxy that first weekend in September, and where the two of us made up by having sex in my bedroom and then floated in the jacuzzi, where Debbie suggested that our friend Susan Reynolds might be interested in a new student, Robert Mallory, which filled me with a light dread. Susan and Tom Wright are just arriving at the house in Mulholland, where we order pizza from San Pietro's, and Susan wants to talk about a party she was going to throw later that month. It is the first Saturday of September 1981, and it's 6 o'clock. I got drunk. It started with beer and then moved on to champagne, and by the end of the night I was doing shots of tequila and snorting bumps of Debbie's Coke. But when Tom and Susan arrived, I was only mildly buzzed on a couple of Coronas that Debbie and I were drinking while listening to music in the living room, the Motel's first record with Total Control on it. And then we were all waiting for the pizza from San Pietro's to be delivered, which Tom had ordered about half an hour after they arrived at 6. There were 2 bottles of Mums in the refrigerator, one of which Debbie and Susan opened and poured themselves glasses, and then the 2 girls walked to the pool while the sky slowly faded into sunset, and where they smoked closed cigarettes, talking quietly to each other, the music playing over the yard from outside speakers, while Tom talked to me about when he would be leaving L.A. to look at colleges with his dad during 2 bye weeks in the middle of football season. The doorbell rang at around 7:30, and Tom paid for the pizza and brought it into the kitchen, where him and I prepped everything. I stacked some plates and dumped the 2 takeout salads into a wooden bowl, while Tom opened the pizza box and placed it on a tray we were going to take outside. I quickly drank a glass of champagne and poured myself another, finishing the first bottle off, and then opened the second bottle of Mums. I looked out at the girls, now just in silhouette against the pool's blue light, misty tendrils of steam rising from the jacuzzi, and asked Tom, "What do you think they're talking about?" Tom glanced outside. "Probably us," he said, with his brand of low-key confidence. The girls didn't want to eat by the pool. It was too warm, they complained, and there were mosquitoes. So we decided to eat within the air-conditioned comfort of the kitchen, where we sat around the large circular table in the middle of the open room. Before we sat down, Susan wanted me to bring out some candles, I guess to set a mood and dim the lights, and because of this request I became confused and uncertain. I was now a little tipsy from the 2 glasses of champagne I'd quickly drunk, and suddenly felt dizzy and out of control, nervous about something. And I told Susan that I wanted to keep all the lights in the house on. Someone asked why. "The home invasions," I said. "The break-ins. There was another one on Sunday night in Century City." Everyone was silent. No one had reached for the pizza yet. I noted their confusion. "Are the houses dark when the home invasions happen?" Tom wanted to know. "I mean, is that why?" I realized something. "I don't know," I said. "I guess not. I don't know." "So what difference does it matter if the lights are on or off?" Tom asked hesitantly. Susan and Debbie were staring at me. "Well, I'm assuming with the lights on it's a deterrent," I said dumbly. "I haven't heard anything about that," Tom said. "I don't think it matters to whoever's doing it. I mean, if the lights are off or not." "They say people are targeted," Debbie said, unfazed, helping herself to the salad. "Do you feel you've been targeted, Brett? Do you think someone's coming to get you?" She was humoring me, but I was still slightly afraid of what she was suggesting. Susan noticed that I flinched and looked nervously from Debbie to her and then back to Debbie. "I know, it's kind of scary," Susan said, but she was lifting a slice of pizza to her mouth and didn't seem frightened at all. "They started back up in May," I said, trying to explain something. "The last one was in January, and then they stopped, and now they've been happening all summer." I paused. "Animals are missing." I paused again. "Whoever's doing it steals people's pets. Their cats, their dogs. It's fucked up." "That girl is still missing too," Deborah said, spearing a small wedge of tomato. She looked up at all of our faces blankly. "I mean, I think that's a little more upsetting than someone's missing cat, Brett." "Julie Selwyn," I said. "It's been 2 months since she disappeared," I murmured, nodding to myself. "They found nothing." I wondered something aloud. "Do you think it's connected?"
I asked. The break-ins and Julie Selwyn? I swallowed. What do you think happened to her? Tom asked. Well, I started. I was hoping she ran away, but the longer she's missing... Guys, let's stop trying to creep ourselves out, Susan said, cutting me off. I want to talk about my party. She laid the slice down after every bite and then wiped her mouth before picking the slice up again. Your party, I said, trying to be suddenly amused by this whimsy replacing the dark seriousness of the home invasions and forcing myself into a different mood. I had already wolfed down a slice of pizza before the girls came in and was just pouring myself another glass of champagne, and I should have been legitimately relaxed. The blowjob, the orgasm, the jacuzzi, making up with Debbie, the Coronas that had initially put me in a mellow mood, as well as being with my 3 best friends, drinking my parents' expensive champagne. But I was keyed up, expectant. There was something wrong about the tenor of the night, what Susan and Tom brought with them into the house on Mulholland, and then it was confirmed. Yes, Susan said demurely, I'm going to throw a party to welcome Robert Mallory. She smiled, cocked her head, and added, It's going to be at my house, and I think we should all throw it together, the 4 of us, on Saturday the 19th, to welcome him. We'll invite everyone in the senior class. I stared at Susan and felt nothing, just strangely distanced, as if I was floating above the kitchen, watching myself in a movie that I didn't know the story of, who my character was, what my lines were, or how I was supposed to react to the dialogue other people were reciting. I was just lost in it with nowhere to go. I glanced over at Debbie, who was staring at Susan, waiting for her to continue, looking a little bored. Tom was chewing a slice and washing it down with a Corona. Yeah, he said, confirming he was down with the party while wiping his mouth with a napkin. I wanted to appear completely neutral and also aligned with the group. Since I was buzzed, the possibility to convey this emerged. Totally awesome, I said, but I couldn't help myself and asked, why? And then I asked, why don't you just throw a party and invite him? What? I mean, it's going to be like a theme party, like a welcome Robert Mallory to Buckley party. I hope the confused expression bordering on a grimace was registering without being too insistent or overdone. It's not exactly a theme party, Brett, Susan said. It's not like he's going to know it's for him. I don't get it, I said. I think we should make him feel welcome, Susan said. I think he's had some hard times, and I think he needs to feel welcome here. What are the hard times? I asked, with an inquisitive and caring voice that I hoped hid the light level of disgust I felt about Susan throwing a party for Robert Mallory. She paused. She looked over at Tom, who nodded, and then at Debbie, who shrugged. I realized uneasily that they both knew what the supposed hard times were, and that this information was now going to be directed at me, and that I had somehow missed it because of my lost week as the zombie. I want to keep this between the 4 of us, okay, Brett? Susan said. She had eaten the slice down to its crust and placed it on a napkin by her plate. Debbie was helping herself to another serving of the salad. Tom swigged from his Corona bottle and reached for the pizza again, which was now a half circle. Why? I suddenly asked. What's wrong? Susan was addressing me, not Tom or Debbie, because, of course, they already knew. Dr. Croft wanted me to relay to everyone to be friendly to Robert and to encourage us to include him in things and make him feel that he belongs here, at Buckley, with us. Why would Dr. Croft ask you this? I stared at Susan while I gulped down half a glass of the champagne I had just poured, controlling the hand holding the bottle so it wasn't shaking. Well, it seems that Robert wasn't exactly upfront when we first met him, Susan started, but he wasn't at Roycemore last spring. I just stared at Susan while Tom and Debbie casually ate. Where was he? I asked. He was in Illinois, Susan confirmed, but he just wasn't in school. He was actually in Jacksonville. The silence in the kitchen from Tom and Debbie was almost maddening, and I suddenly looked over at both of them with an alarmed expression. Doing what? I asked. He had spent last spring being treated at a developmental center, Susan said. A developmental center? I asked, making a face, recoiling. What's that? Yeah, a developmental center. That's what Dr. Croft called it, Susan said, being treated for depression and other issues Robert was having. I realized something. You mean he was institutionalized, I said. You mean he was put in a mental institution. I looked at Tom and Debbie and then back at Susan. That's what you mean. I stayed calm, but I felt sick, heavy. I needed to lose myself, and I was on the verge of getting drunk, but in that moment I pulled back because I also needed to steady myself and maintain control. Dr. Croft called it a developmental center, Susan corrected me, as if subtly admonishing a child, reprimanding them so they wouldn't make the same mistake again. He was discharged in May, she added. Why don't we just call it what it really is, I said in a condescending way, an asylum. I looked around the table. Right? I mean, developmental center is just a fancy term for mental institution, and mental institution is just a fancy term for asylum. So Robert Mallory was in an insane asylum last year. That's what you're telling me, Susan. And you want to throw a party for him. Asylum is a little dramatic, Brett, Susan said, and then sighed dramatically. But we're used to you embellishing things, so you can call it whatever you want, I said, holding my hands up. Developmental center is fine. I just want us to all know what we're dealing with here. What we're dealing with? He had some psychological issues, Susan said, and took care of them. I don't understand what's wrong. What's your problem? I think you had too much to drink, babe, Debbie said to me. Maybe cool it a little bit. What were his psychological issues? I asked. Well, I don't really know. I assume his parents' divorce, his mother's death. Dr. Croft mentioned that there were drugs. Nothing hardcore, Susan immediately clarified. Marijuana, and Croft said hallucinogens. She was looking at me for a reaction. But he's clean now. Or so he says, I said. What does that mean? Tom asked in an attempt to defend Susan. He's a liar, I said. Obviously he lied to us. He's lied to me. About what? Debbie asked, turning, suddenly paying closer attention to the conversation now that I had placed myself into the narrative. I saw him somewhere, here in L.A., a year ago, at a movie theater, I said. It was absolutely him, and he denied it. He's a liar, and he lied about Royce-Moore. And if he lied about Royce-Moore, then he lied about the girlfriend. I don't even know if he was a full-time patient, Brett, Susan said. He had a girlfriend in the mental institution, I asked. If he was discharged in May, Susan, that means he was a full-time patient. It was the first time we met him, Susan said. He was probably nervous. He was probably embarrassed. What? He's going to announce this automatically? I think we'd all couch the truth. She stopped and then pointedly said, It's not like you haven't made up stuff before. Oh, come on, Susan, I said, raising my voice, frustrated. It's not the same. I might embellish something, but I don't fucking lie. I might give things a spin, but I don't make up a girlfriend I didn't have or lie that I wasn't in a fucking insane asylum. Oh, stop it, Susan said. You're doing it now. Insane asylum? Give me a break. Have you talked to him about any of this? I asked, so you could, clarify what he was in there for exactly? No, I'm not going to ask him, Susan said. Croft told me not to mention it to him, and I'm not. There's no point. If Robert wants to bring it up and tell us, fine. But he doesn't know we know. She looked at me sternly, and I want to keep it that way. So you don't know how severe his problem was. Brett, it's just a party, Susan said, pleading. No, it's a validation, I said. Actually, Susan, it's a validation. I think it'll be the cool thing to do, Tom said, stepping in again. But we don't know him at all, I stressed hard. Susan and Debbie started at the same time defending Robert, overlapping each other. What are you talking about? What's your problem, Brett? What's wrong with you? How did he move on to his senior year if he was in this developmental center and wasn't discharged until May? I interrupted. Croft told me that he had a tutor there, Susan said, and after he was discharged in May, he went to summer classes, and yes, at Royce-Moore. And he worked hard. He caught up. He's smart. I don't know. Susan stopped. It's not that hard to get into Buckley, Brett. I think a rather sizable donation was probably made, Susan, I said. Let's not be more naive than we already are. What is wrong with you? Susan asked, staring at me. I don't get it. And then the table was silent again. I had turned the night around from where it was supposed to be heading, ordering pizza from Santa Pietro's and having fun and planning out a party, the music, the food, who else to invite outside of the Buckley Circle, into what everyone now assumed was my own paranoid cave, creating a scenario that didn't connect with the facts they thought they knew. I realized I had to defend myself, so I brought up what happened Tuesday afternoon on Ventura Boulevard. First, the guy lied about something to me that I know is real, and then he followed me like a maniac, fucking with me on Ventura Boulevard on Tuesday afternoon, and then he's stalking girls at the Galleria. He said you were following him, Susan said quietly, interrupting me. What? I asked. He said you were following him, Susan said again, but this time with an emphasis on those two words. My gaze moved from Susan's face and started scanning the room we were in. My parents' house had an open layout, and the entrance past the foyer led into an uninterrupted space. There were no walls. And off to the left was a huge area that was the living room, minimally decorated, with a floor-to-ceiling window that comprised the entire side of the house overlooking the San Fernando Valley. And this space flowed into the kitchen where we were sitting, and I could hear the music coming from the stereo in the living room. It was the Motel's second album we had now put on. And as I glanced at the half circle of pizza, I realized that Robert Mallory had spoken to Susan, and obviously Tom as well, which meant that Debbie knew this too, about me, about something I had supposedly done. He had already told them something I wasn't going to tell anybody. They looked at me blankly, wanting me to confirm this or explain what really happened, what my version of events were compared to Robert's. The information they had been given refuted my memory of that afternoon. But still, the worst thing was that Susan Reynolds and Robert Mallory had talked about me. What? I asked again. That's not true, I said. He said you were following him first. This was Tom's voice. Yeah, Susan said, that you followed him out of Buckley. I was going to the Galleria, I said. I didn't even know he was in the Porsche at the time. I fumbled around. It was so aggressive on his part. It was so weird. And then I asked, did he say he ran into me in the Galleria, that he followed me into the Galleria, and that he was stalking girls there? He said that he went to Robinson's to buy some clothes, Susan said. Yeah, I know that. I mean, he told me that, too, I stammered. But I saw him. Look, are you with us? Susan said, reaching a hand out across the table. It's just a party. It's not a validation of anything. It's just a party, Brett. He's drunk, Debbie said. I'm not drunk, I said. In fact, I'm extremely sober. Right, Debbie snickered and leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. I was stunned. And yet I pretended not to be, and I visibly relaxed as I took Susan's hand in mine and squeezed it. Yeah, of course. Whatever you want. Tom grabbed my shoulder. There he is, he said. He's back. Brett is back. I turned and smiled at his handsome face, which was beaming at me and made me feel foolishly as if I had accomplished something by making Tom Wright happy. Everyone was suddenly relieved. You could feel the tension exit the space because I had conceded, or pretended to. I realized the only option was to get obliterated. Anyone want to do some shots? I quickly asked, standing up, clapping my hands together. I had to push the slight panic I felt about Susan's party and Robert Mallory and the conversation the two of them had about me out of my mind and discard it somewhere as far away as I possibly could. My parents only drank tequila and margaritas, so we didn't have any top-shelf brands in the house. Nobody really did in 1981, but there was a bottle of Jose Cuervo on the liquor shelf in the wet bar off to the side of the living room. The girls wanted rum and cokes. Actually, Debbie made herself a rum and tab, and so I brought out a bottle of Bacardi hidden between two Smirnoff bottles and filled up an ice bucket. Tom and I did shots, and I sliced a lime and sprinkled salt from a shaker on the side of my wrist. Tom usually didn't drink alcohol, but for some reason that night he did, and later I would find out why, and it was tied to Susan's insistence on throwing a party for Robert Mallory. Well, it was a Saturday for Tom, and just the four of us, and he didn't have to get up tomorrow, and Susan would only be having one drink, and she'd be the designated driver, even though Tom said he'd be fine driving if he only had just a shot or two. But instead, we got drunk fast, and I was bringing out my records, and soon Tom and I were blasting the Dickies. I had a crush on the bassist Billy Clubb, and Chuck Wagon, who played keyboards and saxophone, had shot and killed himself in June. And we were playing the Dickies on the stereo in the living room while the girls watched as we played air guitar and moshed to Stuck in a Pagoda with Trisha Toyota. And I remember at some point that Debbie offered a couple bumps of cocaine so I could semi-clear my head. And then Susan did a small line, and so did Tom. And the girls kept going outside to smoke while Tom and I played songs we wanted to hear, slightly wired by the small amount of cocaine we'd done, sometimes jamming out to the songs and lip-syncing while I kept going back to the bar to do shots until the Cuervo bottle was nearly empty. We started hopping around to the drum beat of David Lindley's version of Mercury Blues, and then it was Somebody Got Murdered by The Clash, and where we took turns singing along with the verses. I was Mick Jones, Tom was Joe Strummer, and as the song was ending, one of us sung bug-eyed, "Sounds like murder." And then Tom would shout out, leaning into me, "Those screams." And then we both sing, "Are they drunk?" Beat, "Down below." which then led to an actual duet from a whisper to a scream, where I sang along to the Glenn Tilbrook vocal and Tom did Elvis Costello, both of us joining in on the chorus. And then it was Turning Japanese by the Vapors, and then What I Like About You by the Romantics, and Pretty in Pink by the Furs. And after that it was Skate Away by Dire Straits. And sometime after about 20 songs, I staggered down the hallway to my bedroom to pass out. And I was too wasted to have sex with Debbie, who draped herself on top of me, kissing my face and purring as the room spun. And I was groaning, though she thought it was from drunkenness, but it wasn't. Because no matter how wasted I got, I couldn't get it out of my head that someone was watching the house on Mulholland, had been watching me, in fact, all summer long, and that I had been targeted, and that the person who had targeted me was the new boy from Chicago, who had raced after my car on Ventura Boulevard and spoken intimately about something with Matt Kellner, and was probably, and I didn't have a doubt about this even though I had no proof, the person holding the flashlight in the library courtyard on Monday, August 31st, 1981, and who desecrated the statue of the Buckley Griffin. These were my last thoughts, and I remember them because they still remained with me even though I had tried to obliterate them with tequila and cocaine. I was naked on my stomach under a sheet, and someone was gently rubbing my back, purring into my ear, Debbie's plush lips grazing the lobe, the familiar smell of rose oil. And I didn't remember taking off my clothes before I fell into bed last night, and I was so hungover that it took me a long moment to orient myself. I squinted at the wall my head was facing with the Elvis Costello poster on it, and then I slowly turned my neck and looked up at Debbie, who laughed softly, sitting next to me, when she tallied the damage I'd done to myself based on my swollen face, my half-shut, puffy eyes, the pained expression caused by a headache and dehydration. "Ah, poor baby," she said, leaning down and kissing me lightly on the lips. And when I exhaled, she backed off, waving her hand. "Oh, you still smell like tequila. You okay?" I couldn't say anything. I was briefly paralyzed by the hangover. I never drank in the way I had last night, and I could only blame myself, not Robert Mallory or Susan, who was throwing a party for him, or how I wanted to drown the actor I'd become, who had salvaged his relationship with Debbie Schaefer with one quick fuck yesterday afternoon. I saw the clock on the nightstand, and it said inexplicably that it was 1:30. I squinted back up at Debbie, who looked completely radiant. She had washed and blow-dried her hair and put on light makeup and was dressed, and she seemed so much more relaxed than she had been yesterday afternoon when she arrived at the house on Mulholland. She was drained of the rigid insecurity and the black frustration she carried with her yesterday. She was calm in the knowledge that I had assured her about us, and I was momentarily relieved that she was calm as well. I was unable to fully open my eyes, and my mouth and throat were so dry I could only croak, "Where are you going?" She was heading out to Malibu to ride Spirit, and she preferred Sundays in the late afternoon since she wasn't usually going out that night to see a band or a show or check out a club. It was still so incongruous to me, Debbie, in a bikini, teasing John Taylor by the pool at the Hilton while we were hanging out with Duran Duran last summer, also owned a horse named Spirit, and had competed in equestrian sports as an adolescent. I had just found out this past summer that she'd been riding since she was in 7th grade, and even though other interests had started occupying her, mainly music and concerts and bands, and she had stopped competing, she could never shake off the pleasure she got from horseback riding. She had told me over the summer that she had always thanked Terry for wanting to focus her when she was 12 years old on riding horses, and her first horse, Spirit was her second, was a way of forcing Debbie to take responsibility. And it wasn't like she ever became obsessed. It was just a pleasurable and expensive hobby. In all the years we knew each other, I had never gone to a single one of these equestrian events. Susan had, Tom had, and Debbie had never talked about it with me until June, when we were in her bedroom in the house in Stone Canyon, and I asked about the shelf lined with trophies and ribbons. After I passed out last night, Tom and Susan and Debbie hung around, sobered up a little bit with the help of another small packet of Debbie's Coke. It was barely half a gram, split between the three of them, and then left around 2:30. And Debbie cleaned up the kitchen and slept beside me. And she mentioned I had been moaning in my sleep, wrapping myself in the blankets that I kept pulling off her, and that she couldn't wake me up in order to end the nightmares I seemed to be having, and that I didn't remember. And then she woke up at 9, made some coffee, fed Shingy the pre-made mix Rosa left in the refrigerator — the dog had stomach issues — and read the Los Angeles Times out by the pool, and generally had a nice day so far, though she wished she had shared it with me. I was burrowing my head back into the pillow when she said the word shared, which felt like a threat of some kind to my autonomy, to my notions of myself as an individual, a singular voice. I pushed the negative thoughts out of my head and simply smiled at her. "I'll call you later," she said as she got up off the bed. My bladder ached and I had a raging erection. Debbie walked to the door, about to leave, when she turned as if she had forgotten something and said, "Matt Kellner called." I thought she had said something else at first. I lifted my head and squinted up at her and said, "What?" "Matt Kellner called." Debbie was wrong. This was an impossibility. The odds of this happening were astronomical, non-existent. In the 14 months since we met and started having sex, Matt Kellner had never called the house on Mulholland, not even once. It had simply never happened. And I was surprised that he had my phone number somewhere written down, let alone picked up the receiver and dialed it this morning. I got worried almost automatically as I processed that Debbie wasn't lying. "You're friends with Matt Kellner?" Debbie asked. "I didn't know that." "Kind of," I said. "No, not really." I paused. "Did you talk to him?" He seems a little strange," Debbie said. "Yeah, I picked up." "Oh, yeah?" I said, trying to be casual about this news. I tried sitting up and winced. "Did he say what he wanted?" It seemed unreal that I was even asking this. "Are you sure it was Matt Kellner? You're not getting him mixed up with someone else?" "Yes, it was Matt," Debbie said. "I just find it weird that you guys are friends and that I never knew." I wouldn't say we're friends exactly," I started, and then realized that sentence could open 2 or 3 doors for Debbie, and I wanted to keep them all shut. "I know him," I said vaguely, and then I decided on, "Sometimes I buy weed from him." "That's what I thought," she said. "Anyway, he just wanted to know if you were here, but I said you were asleep." Did he tell you I should call him back?" "No, nothing. Didn't leave a message." Debbie looked at her watch and then at me. Again, she was relaxed and smiling. "I'll talk to you tonight, handsome." And then she left. The moment I heard the front door open and close, I hobbled out of bed and into the bathroom and peed with a hard-on, splashing urine all over the toilet seat, and then wincing, walked quickly, gingerly to the pool, where I simply fell into the deep end and forced myself to sink to the bottom until I couldn't hold my breath any longer, and pushed myself to the surface, feeling instantly less pain. The horniness mildly abated, and I hauled my body, slightly clear-headed, out of the cool water, but I stumbled slightly on the way back to my room, where the concrete surrounding the pool met the grass, stubbing my toe, which seemed more painful than it actually was because of how sensitive I felt due to the hangover. Everything, in fact, seemed heightened. In my bedroom, I dried off quickly and then called Matt. I waited as his phone rang over and over. He did not pick up. I immediately threw on a pair of tennis shorts, a polo shirt, slipped on a pair of topsiders, and hurried to the garage, where I pulled the 450 SL out of the driveway and made a left onto Mulholland, and then another left onto Woodcliff, and raced down the canyon to Valley Vista, then to Ventura, then to Haskell Avenue. It took maybe 10 minutes. I parked on the street in front of Matt's house, jumped out of the car, unlatched the side gate, and walked the pathway to the backyard, directly to where the pool was and the guest house beyond it. The door was open, and when I walked in, I didn't see Matt. I looked around the empty room. It seemed barren, but that could have been because it was clean. And though I thought furniture was missing, I realized the room was simply rearranged by Matt. The aquarium was now fully drained. The TV was on, but the sound was off, and fires raged silently somewhere in the distant hillsides. The room smelled of weed, but not as strongly as usual, and there was no sign of Alex the cat. And then I looked at the Foreigner 4 poster above the hamper, which was now neatly tamped down with clothes to be washed, and walked toward it. It was a simple black and white image of the number 4, frozen on the countdown of an old-fashioned film leader. The poster was completely minimal, and except for the logo of the band at the top of the poster in blood-red lettering, it was mostly a large off-white and gray image, except for the black number 4, which took up the center. And as I moved closer, I could see that someone had drawn what looked like a star off to the left corner of the poster that was large enough for me to know that the star hadn't been there on Monday. It was a new decoration. But when I peered at it, I realized it wasn't a star. Someone had drawn a pentagram. I remember that Matt had told me he found the poster rolled up and sticking out of the mailbox, something promotional, and he didn't know who had left it. The record had been released in July. I looked over at the dolphin mounted on the wall, shellacked and dead-eyed, the surfboards beneath it. "I'm here," someone said behind me. I whirled around, startled. Matt was lying on the bed, propped against the wall in the tight lime green bathing suit and a Dodgers t-shirt wearing sunglasses. I hadn't seen him when I walked in because the bed had been moved to the side of the room next to the entrance, and I had passed it when I walked in, not seeing the person lying there. I just stared at Matt. He seemed faded, paler, as he sat there, unmoving, diminished somehow, not as sexy as he'd been only a week earlier. But I suddenly desired him with a ferocity that was impossible to manage. The hangover had made me desperately horny. I couldn't help it. I became excited and started getting a hard-on since I solely associated the room with Matt and sex. The hangover was aiding in the arousal, but so were Matt's thighs, his biceps, the full-lit mouth. For a moment, I wished it away and focused on the pipe and the bag of weed sitting next to him on the bed. What had he wanted when he called that morning? "Why do you keep calling me?" Matt asked flatly. A mixture of confusion and surprise altered my focus. What are you talking about?" When he repeated it more slowly, spacing out the words and the question for emphasis, "Why do you keep calling me?" I realized he was pissed off about something. I had never heard this tone in Matt's voice before. I'm not calling you," I said. Matt took off his sunglasses, and his green eyes were hard in a way I'd never seen as he assessed me. "You're not calling me and just breathing into the phone?" he asked. "No, I'm not doing that," I said. "Why would I call? You never pick up anyway. Why are you picking up the phone now? Who's calling you?" You've been rather insistent, Brett," Matt said, resembling a bad actor in a mystery where he thinks he's found out who the murderer was. The "rather" sounded completely unlike him, as if he thought it was a word that would make him sound smart. I realized he had probably been practicing exactly what he was going to say to me all morning, rehearsed his lines in such a precise way that I would have to admit what I was being accused of even though he had no proof. "That isn't me," I said. "What the fuck is going on?" "Well, you're here now." He gestured at the green rotary phone on his desk, "and it isn't ringing." I got wasted last night, and I was asleep until an hour ago. Matt just stared at me in a way that I could tell he was unconvinced. "I was with Debbie. She spent the night. She can vouch for me." I initially liked the way I could offer this information to Matt, and he must have known it was true because he spoke briefly to Debbie that morning. I also realized that Debbie would never make Matt Kellner jealous or draw him closer to me. And I wondered what he thought about Debbie and me as a couple. I was someone who had so eagerly sucked him off 100 times and endlessly played with his asshole, fingering and fucking and tonguing it and kissing his mouth while talking dirty to him. And yet I was now with Deborah Schaefer. I don't think Debbie affected Matt at all, but I realized in that moment he must have thought that I was a fake, a fraud, an imposter, that how I reacted to him was real because of my passion, and whatever I was doing with Debbie was tied to pretending, and not because I was as sexually attracted to her as I was to Matt. It was connected to what Matt saw as the fake social world of Buckley that I thought I had wanted to be at the center of our senior year, which is why I had ended up with Debbie Schaefer. I am certain he had nothing but light disdain for this person I turned out to be, instead of the loner lost in summer school he perhaps thought I was when he first invited me to Haskell Avenue in July of 1980. Whoever that was isn't me, was all I could say, and I couldn't believe amiable, stoner, nice guy Matt Kellner was convinced that it was. "It has been going on all week, Brett," Matt said, barely keeping it together. "The phone calls. You haven't called 4 times this morning, just letting the phone ring and ring until I have to pick it up, and you just don't say anything?" He couldn't help it. He had reverted back to the boy he really was, confused, scared, and completely untethered to the reality of the world. And then, even more sadly, I realized that of course he thought it was me. I was the only friend he had. And was I even a friend? The confusion I felt mixed with the stress of Matt being angry at me and my horniness and the hangover became overwhelming. And I remembered that I needed to lean against something or sit down, but I didn't because I was positive Matt didn't want me to. "And you haven't been coming over here?" he asked. "Going through my things?" "Matt," I said, my eyes closed. "Please stop it. What are you talking about?" Well, I didn't do this, Matt said, and raised his hand to gesture around the room. Do what? Put the furniture like this. I paused, thought it through, didn't exactly believe him at first. I thought he was high, that it was the weed speaking, maybe. Well, did your housekeeper or maybe your mom, I started. My mom? He cut me off with an incredulity that suggested I existed on another planet. You didn't come over here and move my bed one afternoon this week? Matt, please, and pushed all that shit to the other side of the room? Matt, I'm sorry, I said, and then I couldn't help it. Suddenly I blurted out, and what did you and Robert Mallory talk about the other day? In that moment, I needed to know this. It was more important than anything that had happened in the pool house. The rearranged furniture, the empty aquarium, the pentagram on the foreigner poster. Yeah, that's another thing, Matt said, staring at me. What did you tell him? I was losing my patience, and I shouted out, What did he want? What did he say to you? He introduced himself to me, Matt said, glaring. He heard that my dad knew his aunt, or something like that. And that was it? I asked. Matt's face clouded with suspicion. What did you tell him about us? I didn't tell him anything, I said with an urgency that surprised me. Oh, you're stoned, you're drugged out, you're smoking too much fucking weed, you're disoriented, you don't know anything, this is all fucking crazy. Does Robert Mallory know something happened between us? Matt asked, with a steady calmness that belied his anxiety. I felt dizzy. I needed to sit down. What are you talking about? What did he say? I didn't talk to him about us. He didn't say anything exactly, Matt said in a steely voice, but he hinted at it. Is that what you were talking about in the parking lot? I asked. What was he telling you that day in the parking lot? Yeah, Matt said. He asked a lot of questions about you. I panicked. I felt fear. Like what? Matt didn't say anything until I didn't know the answers to the questions. Oh, are you sure you're not making this all up, Matt? I asked, completely starting to ramble. Because I think you're making this all up. I think you got fucking stoned and you did something to the aquarium and that you arranged the room and drew the fucking pentagram on the poster because you were fucking high as fuck, and that's what I think. Matt just stared at me, unwavering with his incredulous stare. Look, I stay away from Robert, I said, and I didn't care if Matt told Robert I said this. In fact, in that moment, I wanted him to. I think there's something really wrong with him, and I don't think he's all there. I think there's something very wrong with him. I stopped, even though I was tempted to tell Matt about the mental institution in Jacksonville. I had promised Susan I wouldn't tell anyone else, and in that moment, it really didn't seem that pertinent anyway. What was he telling you that day in the parking lot? What was he asking about me? Matt just looked at me dully. Stop calling me. And then, don't come over here anymore. I didn't realize I had moved closer to the bed. My heart-on was so stiff it was painful. The hangover had electrified me with lust. Matt, I said, reaching out to him. The expression on his face when he realized I wanted to have sex with him was the worst moment I ever shared with Matt Kellner. He looked at the hard-on jutting up and making a tent in my tennis shorts, and then back at my face as if he were appalled. I'd never seen this expression before. It was almost a parody of fear and over-exaggerated disgust. This was never a serious thing, Matt said, looking at me stunned. What are you doing? Matt, I was about to sit on the bed next to him. What the fuck are you doing? Matt asked, backing away. What do you want to be, boyfriends? You think we're going to be fucking boyfriends? Are you fucking crazy? Get away from me. I was so close now that he was able to physically push me away from him. After he exclaimed that, there was simply nothing left to say. I was humiliated, rejected, and I almost cried out because of the anguish this caused. Matt stared at me, furious, shaking. That this would end the way it did felt like a massive defeat, the terrible conclusion to something that had been, I thought, so basic and innocent. This was a Matt I never knew existed, real, emotional, conflicted, angry, alive, and who I had always wanted to know, but finally revealed himself to me on that Sunday afternoon in the minute it ended. And it was heartbreaking that I would never be coming back here. And this fact wounded me to such a degree that when I stumbled out of the pool house, I could barely control myself as I blindly walked across the path until I got into my car on Haskell Avenue. And once I closed the door, burst into tears, falling against the steering wheel, hyperventilating. And it was a release so intense that it was almost orgasmic. I kept sobbing. I drove home carefully because I kept crying so hard. But it wasn't only about Matt, I realized dimly through the tears, because the hangover itself definitely aided in the emotionality of the moment. Even though I had encouraged this loss by telling Matt on Labor Day that maybe we should take a break, I was frustrated that he would think I had been toying with him, making prank calls and rearranging the furniture in the pool house, as well as the thought that he had probably never felt about me the way I'd felt about him, which would be a reoccurring theme for the rest of my life, though, of course, I didn't know this yet on that September afternoon in 1981 when I was 17, and I still navigated on hope. But this was the last time Matt Kellner and I ever spoke to each other. And looking back on everything that happened, I wished I had known more, so I could have warned him about the horror that was heading his way, and that the Foreigner 4 poster Matt quote-unquote found in the mailbox on Haskell Avenue was its first clue. I'm going into part 9 of the Shards today, and it's comparatively a rather meditative and quiet chapter about a lunch I had in September of 1981 with the producer I based Terry Schaefer on. And I remember this lunch as clearly as I remember yesterday. It made that much of an impression on me, and it's integral to everything that ended up happening in the Shards. Even though nothing particularly dramatic happened at that lunch, there is little or no Robert Mallory in this chapter. There is no Matt Kellner. That comes later. There is no The Trawler. The body of Julie Selwyn still hasn't been found yet. This lunch, on a surface level, seems like a kind of interruption to the darker events of 1981, and yet very clearly was one of the catalysts for what ultimately happened to everybody, and was a reason as to why the tragedy played itself out in the way that it did. And I'm going to recount it as fully as I can. I am aided by the journals and the diary I kept from that year, which I used, but that I really didn't even need in order to reconstruct that lunch with Terry. And yet they helped me remember, for instance, about a discussion I had with Terry on the filmmaker John Borman, and recall all the movies that we talked about. But I probably would have remembered this anyway. This chapter comes after the rather dramatic moment I had with Matt Kellner in the pool house and the awful conversation about Robert Mallory I had with Tom Wright and Susan Reynolds and Terry's daughter, who I was dating at the time, Debbie Schaefer, at the house in Mulholland, where I got wasted on tequila and coke. It was the Monday after the weekend that I found out Robert Mallory had spent the second half of his junior year at the Developmental Center in Jacksonville, and I have supplied a picture of it on the Patreon website. Before finding out why he had been placed there, this happens later on. And this was also after a freaked-out Matt Kellner accused me of making strange phone calls to him and rearranging the furniture in his pool house on Haskell Avenue, as well as me not understanding yet the significance of the Foreigner 4 poster with the pentagram on it. And on this Monday, I got a phone call from Terry Schaefer's assistant. Stephen Reinhardt, Terry Schaefer's assistant, called Monday morning just as I was getting ready to leave for Buckley. And the situation with Matt Kellner and my subsequent pain began vanishing because of this call.
I had the gray slacks zipped up, and the white Armani shirt was buttoned, and Rosa had pressed the blue blazer, and I had just finished knotting the red and gray striped tie when the phone in my bedroom rang. It was 8:30. Rosa was in the kitchen making my lunch, and I had just piled the textbooks I was taking to school on my desk, and I was reluctant to pick up the phone for any number of reasons because I couldn't figure out who would be calling me at 8:30 on a school day. Stephen Reinhardt started leaving a message, and I grabbed the receiver and said, "Hey, Stephen, it's Brett. I'm here." "Oh, hey," Stephen said. "I'm calling because Terry wanted to know if you were available for lunch this week." I don't know why I was suddenly so surprised and then bolted with excitement. I guess I thought perhaps that Terry had forgotten. I hadn't spoken to him since last week on Tuesday, when he had suggested taking me to lunch as a way of thanking me for dealing with Liz the night of Debbie's barbecue. Mildly, not making a scene, not freaking out as a drunken Liz stood naked in her opened robe and berated me, suggesting that I was doing something sexual with her faggot husband. Terry would reward me for this, even though I'd encountered Liz drunk many times, and that night was mild by comparison. But Stephen had witnessed me and relayed my gentle reaction to Terry, which led Terry, gave him a reason, to ask me out and perhaps offer me a job writing a script for him, while also telling me, pointedly, not to mention any of this to his daughter, my girlfriend, for reasons I wasn't quite grasping, though in the back of my mind I probably knew exactly why. Stephen asked me if I was free for lunch on either Wednesday or Thursday of that week. I thought Terry would have picked a Saturday since I had school to go to and classes to attend, and I remember asking, can he do it on a Saturday? No, sorry, Brett, Stephen said. It has to be during the week. Terry's schedule this weekend is pretty packed. Oh, okay, I said. Let me see. I pretended I was perusing my own packed schedule, but of course there was nothing on it, and so I simply said, as if I was deciding decisively about something, "Oh, okay, I can swing either Wednesday or Thursday." Let's mark down Wednesday, Stephen said. "Trumps at 1? 1 o'clock, I said. Trumps. Do you know where that is? Yeah, I know where that is. Okay, the reservation is under Schaefer at 1 on Wednesday at Trumps, Stephen confirmed. Thanks, Stephen, I said. I'll be there. Yeah, one more thing, Stephen said. You'll be coming straight from school, right? Yeah, why? You don't need to change out of your uniform, Stephen said matter-of-factly. You can just stay in your uniform. Oh, I said, thinking at first this would make everything easier for me since I wouldn't have to take the time to go home and change, but then realized there was something performative about this request. Of course Terry wanted me in my Buckley uniform. It accentuated something for him, my youth, my boyishness, and suggested a narrative that he could take advantage of even though I wasn't going to do anything with him. This was simply going to be, I thought, a fetish, something that would amuse Terry and turn him on, and it was not going to suggest that he was allowed to blow me. The uniforms were stylish, and I had no problem wearing them in public, and yet I blushed deeply at the unapologetic weirdness of the request as I stood in my bedroom. And, of course, as Terry reminded you, Stephen added, please don't say anything to Debbie about meeting him for lunch. Oh, yeah, right, of course, I assured him, wanting to please both Terry as well as Stephen. It was our secret, and there were reasons, of course, why Debbie didn't need to know that I was having lunch with her father. I might not have been privy to them exactly, but I believed that Terry, and to a lesser extent Stephen Reinhardt, knew how to handle things because Terry was an adult. He was a man. And he was successful, so he must know exactly what he was doing. I was only 17. I didn't have a teenage daughter. My wife wasn't an alcoholic. I was just finding out how the adult world works, what its rules were, how to comport myself within it. I needed guidance, and I was just beginning to select the adults I'd take my cues from. And on that second Wednesday in September, the 10th, I left the Buckley campus at 12:30 when lunch began without telling anybody, and completely bypassed everyone after third period let out, except for the secretaries in the administration office where I explained I had a doctor's appointment and needed an off-campus pass. The doctor was here in Sherman Oaks, and I might not be back for my last 2 classes, I told them. I could have just driven off campus. It was lunch, and as seniors, we had that option.
But I wanted to make sure whatever I was about to do was less suspicious than it appeared to be, and that I had covered my tracks. A doctor's appointment seemed like the perfect alibi, and one that was already set up when I would need it. The group was sitting together that day at the center table beneath the shadow of the pavilion. Susan, Tom, Debbie, Ryan, and Robert Mallory, along with Jeff Taylor and Tracy Goldman. From where I stood in the distance, before I left, obscured by a column, I glimpsed Debbie looking around for me, distracted, with Ryan and Tom and Jeff all trying to talk over each other, vying for everyone's attention, and with Robert Mallory and Susan Reynolds listening silently on opposite ends of the table, with Tracy Goldman occasionally leaning into Robert and laughing about something. He just smiled politely while looking down at his sandwich. I didn't see Matt Kellner in the plaza where he usually splayed out during lunch, though I'd seen him earlier that day, walking from the parking lot to the bell tower, where I was sitting with Susan and Tom. I think we were hanging out waiting for Debbie before classes, when Matt passed by, distracted. Though he managed a nod, and we would silently acknowledge each other throughout the week. Despite what happened, we didn't pretend the other one wasn't there. We were slightly more mature than that, and besides, the school was too small to encourage that kind of brush-off. And this helped me move on and erase the humiliation of Sunday afternoon in the pool house, even though I kept thinking, move on from what? This was the question that confronted me whenever I got sad about Matt. Why was I sad? Maybe I wasn't as embarrassed as I might have been about his rejection in the guest house now that it was Wednesday, and I was on my way to meet Terry Schaefer for lunch. It also helped that Matt Kellner didn't look as vibrant and sexy, the nerdy hot surfer, as he had that past spring and summer. That week something seemed drained out of him. I wondered if the phone calls had stopped, or he'd figured out the mystery of the rearranged furniture, or remembered what had happened to the fish that swam the aquarium, or the disappeared cat. Sometimes I saw Robert Mallory that week, and we tolerated each other. We even briefly found ourselves jogging a lap or two side by side on the sports field during Phys Ed Tuesday, while he made comments about Coach Holtz and how flaming the art teacher was, and other Buckley nonsense. And though I still regarded him with a suspicion that bordered on the alarming, I went along with him until I veered off the lane I was in. But Terry's invite to lunch caused those 2 days to fly by. It was really my only point of reference that week in 1981, and I don't remember anything except for that lunch at Trump's. When I fantasized about it, the images I conjured were filled with both wonder and dread. That's how excited I was. And I couldn't concentrate on any of my morning classes that Wednesday as the lunch loomed closer. And I only vaguely remember Debbie sidling up to me at assembly, which I could have avoided, I suppose, by hanging out in the library, but I wanted to appear as if everything was normal. And where I chatted innocently with her, even putting my arm around her waist at one point after the Pledge of Allegiance and the Buckley Prayer, as we listened to students keeping us apprised of upcoming events that fall, none of which I paid attention to. Debbie had no idea I was still existing in an echo chamber, and that I would be leaving at 12:30 to meet her father for lunch at Trump's. And I had no problem with this. I was just following Terry's orders. And I knew I wasn't coming back to Buckley after lunch either. Classes would be over by then. I'd probably be pleasurably drunk and alone at the house on Mulholland, where I'd be outlining a script that Terry Schaefer asked me to write and that he would produce. Trump's sat on the corner of Robertson Boulevard and Melrose Avenue across the street from Morton's, a pink building that was the primary restaurant frequented by people in the film industry and which I'd never been to. Trump's was less formal, less business attire, more relaxed and decidedly gayer. And pulling into the driveway where the valet was situated, I realized that I was early. It had only taken me 15 minutes to get to West Hollywood from Sherman Oaks. I'd thought about driving around the block listening to the Plimsolls until the allotted time I was supposed to meet Terry, when I decided to just leave the car with the valet and have a drink at the bar while waiting for him, something to relax me, a cocktail to help me mellow out. The majority of the cars at Trump's were parked in back of the restaurant, but there seemed to be a kind of selective VIP parking situation next to the valet where Ferraris, Bentleys, Porsches, and various Mercedes were lined that day. I pulled one of the massive double front doors open next to where the name of the restaurant was written in small pink handwritten neon, a playful touch that hinted at the fact Trump's didn't take itself as seriously on the surface of things as other restaurants did, like classic French players L'Hermitage or L'Orangerie, which were within blocks from each other on La Cienega. Trump's was about style and artifice and Los Angeles and freewheeling California cuisine. It was clean and minimalist, almost new wave. I'd been to Trump's twice before, but only at night, once with my father for dinner and another time with Tom and Susan, just for drinks, when the space was dimmed with candles. In daylight, it was a shock. A high-ceilinged, oversized room filled with light and lined with wheat-colored stone tables beneath an atrium. A huge white space that sat roughly 100 diners, and it was dramatic and modern, and yet also whimsical and unpretentious. Nearing 1 o'clock, it was filling up quickly, and when I told the hostess who I was here for, she told me very apologetically Terry hadn't arrived yet, and that I was welcome to either sit at his table or wait at the bar. I thought I was going to be too self-conscious sitting alone at Terry's table. It was table number 1. And so I told the hostess I'd wait at the bar for Mr. Schaefer instead. The hostess walked me over to the bar and leaned toward the cute blonde bartender and pointedly said, "This is Mr. Schaefer's guest," as if to let him know that I was important, part of the scene, a young player. There were a series of medium-sized Ed Ruscha prints that lined the white wall above the bar and past the lounge adjacent to where I took a seat. From where I sat, I was able to scan the dining room and was shocked to see that Jerry Brown, the governor of California, was sitting at a corner table near the back with 2 other men and a woman I didn't recognize. I hoped it was Linda Ronstadt, who he had been dating, but I wasn't sure if they were still together, and it turned out not to be her anyway. And I also saw Eric Estrada, the star of Chips, at one table, and noticed Elizabeth Montgomery, who played Samantha on Bewitched, at another. And there was the producer of Grease, Alan Carr, in the banquette with 2 hot young guys. And even though I was 17, I knew who the artist David Hockney was, and immediately recognized him sitting at a table in the dining room, owlish and smoking a cigarette, and then looking immediately back at me, registering the schoolboy uniform in a very thoughtful and intrigued way. And I turned to the bartender, who was acknowledging my presence with a knowing smile. I ordered a Greyhound, a vodka and grapefruit juice, and the bartender asked to see my ID, which I showed him. It was fake, and which he studied a beat longer than I was comfortable with. "Cute," he said, and then proceeded to make me the drink. I loved the fact that the Greyhounds at Trump's were made with freshly squeezed pink grapefruit juice. It was festive. It was fun. It was gay. And of course I now realized the bartender let me order whatever I wanted because I was Terry Schaefer's guest. After 2 large swallows of the cocktail, I got up the nerve to look around the dining room again and saw that David Hockney's companion, who I didn't recognize, was now turning around every so often to get a look at the bar to glimpse the boy in the school uniform. I knew that they were probably talking about me as Hockney smiled mischievously. And I turned back to the bartender and watched as he made a margarita. I understand, and it's really only now as a much older man, that at 17 I had a special power that I hadn't fully grasped then. But I started noticing that men of a certain demo, like Terry Schaefer, and a few of the more fey male teachers in the arts and music divisions at Buckley, the flamers Robert Mallory had referred to, started engaging with me in ways that I thought I wasn't quite worthy of. But looking at photos of myself from that senior year now, in 2020, I realized I actually was good-looking enough to warrant their attention. And this was the afternoon in 1981 at the bar in Trump's on a Wednesday, sipping a Greyhound cocktail, where I began to sense its formation, and where this consciousness about myself that never really fully bloomed because of so much insecurity and self-abnegation was beginning its struggle to accept itself and grow. It was now a little after 1 o'clock, and Terry still hadn't shown up, but the Greyhound had put me in a calmer space. And as I breathed in, vaguely floating, I realized how fortunate I was to be sitting on a stool at the bar at Trump's. Our governor was in the same room as I was, with or without Linda Ronstadt, whose new wave record Mad Love I'd played over and over last year. But then suddenly, Stephen Reinhardt was standing next to me. And even more off-putting in the brightness of Trump's compared to his glimpsed appearances a week ago at the Schaefer's house on the night before Labor Day. Here, in the airy light of Trump's, he seemed too thin. The blonde mustache and the permed hair adorned what resembled an emaciated face, a skull with deep-set wide eyes. He was wearing a brown turtleneck and jeans that barely clung to his bony, wiry body, and he had taken his expensive sunglasses off as he greeted me, swinging them around. The fact that Stephen thought he was a player because he was Terry Schaefer's personal assistant was a reminder of the desperation flooding Hollywood, which I realized I was above. "Hey, Brett," Stephen said. "Terry's across the street over at Morton's just finishing something up. He should be here shortly." "Oh, okay," I said. "Thanks, Stephen." Stephen eyed me up and down, taking note of the uniform I was wearing, and then he noted the near-empty cocktail on the napkin in front of me and said nothing, just acknowledged it, as if it was a clue or something he was going to report back to Terry, and I realized that this was why Stephen was only an assistant and was never going to be a successful screenwriter or filmmaker. I don't know why I thought this on that Wednesday in September at 17, but I was learning about how the world worked from the ways adults acted and presented themselves, what they noticed and thought was important, and what they ignored or took in stride. And it confirmed to me that afternoon in Trump's, and more clearly than ever before, that Stephen Reinhardt was a loser. I couldn't explain exactly why. It was just a feeling I got from the way he looked at my empty cocktail glass. I was surprised he hadn't picked the glass up and smelled it to confirm that I had indeed successfully ordered an alcoholic beverage. "Thanks, Stephen," I said again. "Terry really appreciates this," Stephen said. There's really nothing to appreciate," I said. "I understand that Liz has a problem and she needs help. I mean, that's all. I was just being nice to her." "Yeah," Stephen said, "she's got to recognize that there's a problem, but, you know." I wasn't sure what to say, so I idly glanced at my watch again, a cue, a hint for Stephen to leave. "I would, be..." Stephen started and then stopped. He considered finishing the sentence and then decided to. "I would just be, careful, Brett." "Pardon me?" I said, leaning in. I didn't think I'd heard him correctly. The bartender asked Stephen if he wanted anything to drink, and Stephen shook his head no. "I'd be careful about, Terry." He said this shrugging in an almost apologetic way, and yet it broke through the buzz of the alcohol I just drank and scared me. "I will," I automatically said, trying to placate him, when I suddenly thought to myself, why in the hell would I placate Stephen Reinhardt? And then I asked, what's that supposed to mean? "It means..." Stephen leaned against the bar, then pushed himself away, gripping the edge, trying to stay casual, trying to aim for hip and loose, and failing. I didn't even want to be seen near him, let alone have a conversation with the guy, because he seemed like such an annoyance, a barrier, someone who wasn't going to help me and smooth the transitions I wanted to make, someone who had their own issues about me, and I realized always had, because of where their own life had ended up. "It means, Brett, that everyone has an agenda." "Yeah," I said. "Terry has one. I have one." Stephen paused. "You have one." This was what it was like to enter into the world of adults, I thought to myself darkly, both exhilarated and mystified that I was beginning to have access to this, that I was engaged in a conversation with an adult that hinted at betrayal and duplicity, the hidden agenda of things. This wasn't going to be a hard game to play, I realized. "Really?" I asked. "What's my agenda?" Stephen just stared at me. "What's your agenda, Stephen?" I was playing it cool, but I was getting revved up inside. "I meant generally," Stephen said, weaseling out of defining whatever he had hinted at, this threat he had tossed out. I didn't mean specifically." He paused. "Sometimes these agendas don't connect with what we actually want. or what we're going to get. That's all. I felt daring in a place above him, and I was going to remind him that he was only an assistant and that he could go now. You're dismissed. And that I'd wait for Terry alone at the bar, and if I wanted another fucking Greyhound, I'll order it and down it in one gulp. He kept talking. Just don't take it so seriously, he said, leaving it undefined, though I knew, of course, at some point Terry was going to hit on me and test how far he could go with me, and I was going to have to make some decisions about what my boundaries were. I went in knowing this. This was not an ambush or an assault. I walked into the room knowing perfectly well what could happen. I was not a victim because I was never going to take this as seriously as Stephen thought I might. And then I realized Stephen was talking about himself in some abstract way when he was talking about me, and this reminded me of what Robert Mallory had told me about myself while we stood in front of the Gap at the Sherman Oaks Galleria last week. When you're talking to me, you're really talking to yourself, dude. It sounded like the ominous hippie nonsense Charles Manson might have uttered, and I shivered at the memory of Robert telling me this, and then I refocused on Stephen. I can take care of myself, I said. Don't worry. I'm not worried about you so much, Stephen said, and then, I think I've got you figured out. And then he said it. I guess I'm more worried about Deborah. And now his eyes landed on mine, and he just stared. I stared back. Things were veering out of control, and I had to study the narrative. You've got me figured out? I asked. That's interesting. I barely have myself figured out. What have you figured out? Well, you're here about to have lunch with Terry, he said. I didn't think you were going to do that. He paused. For many reasons. He paused again. And yet, here you are. Did you get some nice pictures of me the other night? I asked, changing the subject abruptly. But Stephen went right with it and said, Yeah, I got some nice group shots by the pool. No, I said. I meant later, when I was in the driveway about to leave. Stephen looked at me. His expression was lightly creased with confusion. What do you mean? He asked. Yeah, when I saw you, when we saw each other. I paused. You were on the landing, on the second story, looking out the window. I saw your shadow. You were holding a camera, weren't you? Did you get some nice shots of me? I don't know what you're talking about, Stephen said. My shadow? A camera? Who were you taking the pictures for? I asked. Suddenly, he glanced behind me, and his face relaxed. Terry had just walked in. I think you need to watch it, Stephen said. I think you need to be careful. He paused as he moved away from the bar. Modulate yourself. Oh, fuck you, I muttered under my breath, but I was safe because I knew he couldn't hear me. I remember Terry Schaefer was wearing jeans and a collarless Pierre Cardin shirt, the top 3 buttons undone, and the Porsche Carrera sunglasses he favored. He held the hostess's hand as he kissed her on the cheek, and then smiled as he saw Stephen and myself walking toward him from the bar. And as he moved toward us, I noticed that every gesture of Terry's was efficient and immaculate, something to emulate and aspire toward. I was shown to Terry's table while Terry and Stephen conferred by the hostess stand for a moment, and I didn't look around the dining room. I just concentrated on the menu until I looked up and noticed how certain parties were looking at Terry as he walked through the dining room, and he stopped to talk to 2 tables on the way to his. He noticed someone else across the room and raised a hand and smiled at them as he took a seat at table 1. It was Jerry Brown. Hey, how you doing, Brett? Terry said. You look nice, but you're 17. You always look nice at 17. He still had the Porsche Carrera sunglasses on, and I was afraid he wasn't going to take them off. But when he glanced over the menu and then looked at me, he removed them and slid the temple into the neck of the Pierre Cardin shirt. And I realized how handsome Terry was for someone 40, which was certainly not my type in that moment. It's rarely my type now, I regret to say. But he was also aiming for younger than 40, a short, boyish haircut, a lean build he maintained because of a personal trainer before that was a thing yet, the casual attire. It all made him seem more youthful. I don't know if I'd ever seen Terry Schaefer outside of the house on Stone Canyon, except for maybe a screening on a studio lot or 1 or 2 Buckley functions, which I think he relegated mostly to Liz, and rarely during daylight. He seemed very pleased to see me, and didn't say anything for a moment as he took me in with a barely contained amusement. I was being stared at and appraised. And then a waiter in a string tie and a white apron came over and asked Terry if he'd like a bottle of Perrier, and then asked me what I'd like, and I said, just a ginger ale. And that's when Terry and the waiter exchanged a bemused glance. And I realized in that moment that Trump's had a gay aesthetic. The chef, Michael Roberts, was gay. The big investors were gay. The designer of the space was gay. That all or most of the waiters were gay. That even the location was gay, smack in the middle of what was known as Boys Town. The entire aesthetic was clean and minimal, but with an undercurrent of fuck you to the straight status quo, and it was one of a handful of new places in Southern California whose influence would later inform an entire generation of restaurants and chefs. It had only opened last year. Terry said he was hungry and ordered a couple of appetizers. The grape and brie quesadilla that the restaurant was famous for, and the salmon tartare, which was served exactly nowhere yet in Los Angeles. I remember that the talk quickly went to movies, and that he asked me what I'd seen recently that I liked. And I remember that the conversation initially landed on the filmmaker John Boorman, who after directing Deliverance in 1972 for Warner Brothers, it was the fifth highest grossing movie of that year, and Boorman was nominated for an Oscar, then made two notorious flops. A bizarre sci-fi extravaganza with Sean Connery called Zardoz, and the disastrous sequel to The Exorcist, but had rebounded with a moderate hit this past spring, Excalibur, a violent and R-rated retelling of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, and that I had liked, and Terry had too, and then asked if I'd ever seen Boorman's L.A. Noir from 1967 called Point Blank. And I hadn't even heard of it, though now I'd be searching for the movie on the monthly calendars from the New Art and the New Beverly, the two revival theaters I frequented. I remember Terry said it was great, Boorman's best film. I was a John Waters fan, and a group of us had gone to a sneak preview in Westwood over the summer of his latest movie starring Divine, Polyester, and that featured a gimmick called Odorama, where you could smell what was on the screen with a scratch and sniff card handed out in the lobby. The movie's ad line was, "It's sensational," but Terry hadn't seen it. I liked Stripes, the Bill Murray Army comedy that was a big hit that summer, and that Terry had seen and liked too. But he balked when I said that I had liked a little-seen Barbra Streisand comedy called All Night Long with Gene Hackman and an impossibly sexy young actor named Dennis Quaid as their son. And Terry laughed and made a gesture with his hands and said, "Sue's husband made that picture," and then, "It was terrible." He was talking about Jean-Claude Tremont, who was the Belgian husband of Sue Mengers, a fairly big agent then who represented Streisand. Terry thought the movie was awful and couldn't stand Barbara, even though he adored Sue. And yet I wasn't embarrassed by my opinion because I liked how honest he was with me, how adult he treated me. It felt like there was a new kind of respect burgeoning between Terry and myself. Terry mentioned that he had just been to a screening of a movie that he thought was going to do quite well called Chariots of Fire, which would be opening at the end of the month. I barely noticed that the appetizers had arrived and that we had finished them. Terry ordered off the menu, an omelet with tomato and avocado for himself, and he suggested that I have the lobster in vanilla sauce or the potato pancakes with goat cheese. Neither are as crazy as they sound, Terry said, before giving the order to our waiter, choosing the lobster for me instead of the pancakes. Alan Carr came over as he was leaving to shake Terry's hand and say hello. He seemed high and looked haggard. Terry didn't introduce me as Debbie's boyfriend when Alan Carr inquired as to who this handsome young gentleman was. And Terry instead said, "This is Brett Ellis. He's going to be writing a script for me about young people." "Ooh, young people," Alan Carr said. "I love it." An executive who Terry didn't introduce me to replaced Alan Carr, and I took this as an opportunity to excuse myself to the men's room, where one of the young men who had lunch with Alan Carr looked me up and down as I passed him in the hallway, admiringly appraising me so nakedly that I started burning up. After I flushed the urinal, I went to the sink to wash my hands, and where another guy, the second of Alan Carr's dining companions, I realized, stared at me while drying his hands, with such a lascivious expression, it was as if he expected me to blow him right there in the restroom. Unnerved, I turned back to the boy in the mirror and studied myself. I was expecting to see someone older, but I suddenly thought the Buckley uniform looked dumb, that I resembled an oversized child pretending to be an adult, or actually an adult pretending to be an oversized child. When I sat back down, Terry was in the middle of eating the omelet that had quickly appeared, and the lobster tail was waiting for me. I sat and draped the napkin over my lap. Terry wasted no time. "Debbie told me you want to be a writer," he said. "I never knew this about you." "Well, yeah," I said. "I've been writing stories and, stuff since like 5th grade." "Really?" Terry said, forking a slice of avocado. "That's very impressive." "Yeah," I said. I enjoy it." "So, what are you working on?" He asked this while concentrating on his plate. He wasn't looking at me. "I'm working on a novel," I said, suddenly thinking how absurd this all sounded. "A novel? Really?" Terry asked, glancing at me, surprised. "Well, it's something I've been working on for about a year, and I started, not sure I could fully explain the process. I changed course. Actually, I began with an outline, and that took a long time, but I trailed off. A long pause ensued. Terry had another bite of the omelet. "So you do an outline?" Terry asked, encouraging me to continue. Yeah, but I'm now writing the prose, and yeah." I felt completely inarticulate, broken, that I didn't belong here, that I was a child aspiring to become an adult, but wasn't ready yet. Terry, it seemed, wanted me to continue playing out my badly rehearsed part. I looked at the lobster on my plate and realized even if I had been hungry, I wasn't comfortable enough to eat it in front of Terry. Not that Terry would have judged me, but that I would have judged myself too harshly. "Oh, yeah?" Terry asked. "What's it about?" I didn't know what to say or exactly how to describe the novel Less Than Zero, and I didn't want to. It was about me, but there was no story. It didn't have a narrative exactly. There was just this drifting, numb quality that I was trying to perfect. How could I possibly explain this feeling to someone? Terry waited, glanced up for the omelet, wondering why I'd paused. I was trying to figure out how to synopsize whatever it was that I'd been working on, typing dutifully every day at my Olivetti in my teenage boy bedroom, and I came up with nothing. I guess it's about me." "Yeah?" Terry asked. "So it's autobiographical, a coming-of-age story." "Well, it's set here in L.A., and I remember what Terry said to Alan Carr. It's about young people." "What do they do?" Terry asked, glancing up at me as he kept eating. I didn't know how to answer this either because it didn't matter to me what the characters did. They just existed, and I just wanted to convey a mood, immerse a reader into a particular atmosphere that was built from carefully selected details. What did the young people do? This suggested there was a plot, a story that was going to resolve itself. They hung out, they listened to music, they had sex, they went to clubs. Sometimes they consumed drugs. They went to parties at houses where there were pools and tennis courts and screening rooms. They drove aimlessly around the city at night. Their parents were absent. They went shopping along Melrose Avenue. They moved through the world alone. They stared at chandeliers high on acid. How could I sum this up in a plot? It was about Jeff Taylor letting Ron Levin blow him. This had, in the book, bloomed into the one tragic thread, what would become the main incident that would close out the final quarter, a male prostitute who owed money to a drug dealer, or so I had planned. The character's name was now Julian, which I had cribbed from Richard Gere's character in American Gigolo. "I'd rather not talk about it just yet, Terry," I said finally, trying to mimic how an adult would evade describing the particulars of what he'd been asked. "I feel a little awkward describing it." This came out with a confidence I was surprised by. "Don't worry, no pressure," he said. "I was just curious." He had finished the omelet and pushed his plate away and sat back in the chair, appraising me again. I wasn't hungry and hadn't touched my plate. Terry said nothing about it, didn't encourage me to eat the lobster, or seemed distracted at all when the waiter came and whisked Terry's plate away. Terry ordered a glass of white wine from the waiter. When the waiter asked me if I wanted anything else, I shook my head. "The ice cream is pretty good," Terry offered. I'm fine, I said, blushing. The waiter gestured at my plate and looked at Terry, who nodded, and the waiter took it away. What writers do you like? Terry asked. Well, I've been reading a lot of Joan Didion, I said. I'm really influenced by her work. Oh, I know Joan and John quite well, Terry said. John was John Gregory Dunn, Didion's husband, also a best-selling writer. Maybe I'll invite them over and you can meet her. I was surprised how casually he offered this, the opportunity to meet Joan Didion, of all people, my favorite writer. In Terry's world, this was completely possible. That would be awesome, I said, while also trying to figure out what I was doing in Trump's as 2 o'clock neared on a Wednesday afternoon with Terry Schaefer and bailing on school. Even more surreally, Jerry Brown came over, and Terry and him shook hands, and I just blanked on what they talked about, but Terry didn't introduce me for some reason. After the governor left, Terry studied me, and I just stared back or looked away, glancing around the restaurant, which was slowly emptying out. The waiter brought Terry the glass of white wine he'd ordered. I felt uncomfortable, and I suddenly wanted to leave. So, he started after taking a swallow of the Chardonnay. How serious are you about Debbie? He asked. How serious are you two? I'm just curious. You started dating at the beginning of the summer, right? Yeah, in June, at a party. Anthony Matthews, I confirmed vaguely. Yeah, we're pretty serious, I guess. As I said, I'm just curious, Terry said. There's no need to look so alarmed. I hadn't realized this was my expression. Oh, I'm okay, I said. Terry looked at me and took another swallow of wine, swirling it around the glass. It wasn't as if he couldn't believe me, because those were the facts. It was true. We had hooked up at Anthony Matthews, and I was stoned on a Quaalude, and Split Ends was playing, and the pool was lit when Debbie climbed on top of me. I thought she was kidding around, but she wasn't. We'd known each other since 5th grade. This was all real. And we had been together since June. I let it happen. I played along. It wasn't that bad. There were supposed to be perks that hadn't appeared yet, but would later on. I was okay. I didn't want to make Debbie unhappy. What Terry Schaefer seemed to be suggesting was, is there an alternate history? A secret one? What are the reasons why this happened, you and my daughter? He had located something that didn't quite add up for him, but it appeared that this wasn't so important because he seemed amused. It's very serious, Terry, I said. Come on, you can be honest with me, Terry said. I won't tell anyone. I am being honest with you, I said. Why are you asking me this? Well, I wanted to be happy, he said, taking another swallow of wine. I understand that, I said. I wanted to be happy too. Good, he said, and then suddenly asked, do you like guys as well? I sat very still and started shaking my head, reddening. What? I think you heard me, Terry said. Do you go both ways? I'm just curious. This was something you asked an adult, and I felt that with this one question I was now magically crossing to the other side of the room where the grown-ups were hanging out, and I wasn't ready. I thought I'd been, but I wasn't. I had to rise to the question and answer it and not lie. Well, I'm not limited, is how I answered with the right touch of diplomacy, I thought. It depends. I stayed calm, offered a little shrug, nervously sipped my ginger ale in the gayness of Trump's. Depends on what? Terry asked, still slightly smiling, staring at me. I guess it depends on... And then I found myself admitting, well, I certainly wouldn't kick Richard Gere out of bed. I was trying to sound tough when I said that, but I thought I sounded lame and evasive instead. Yeah? What about Tom Wright? Terry asked. You find him hot? This was the beginning of the game Terry was proposing, the warm-up, and if I wanted to get anywhere, I had to play it. Do you? I asked, staring back at him. Tom? Oh, yeah, of course, Terry said. In fact, I'm very jealous that you get to spend so much time with him. He thought about something. He's pretty fetching, though I'm fairly sure his tastes are more limited than yours. Sometimes I can't tell if you're joking around or not, Terry. What do you mean, Terry said. I'm being totally serious. How do you know Tom's tastes are more limited than mine? This came out the wrong way and suggested something I hadn't intended. That's interesting. Terry sat up a little. Come on, tell me. You ever fool around with Tom Wright? A little drunk, a little high, a sleepover, you guys get horny, and that's not what I meant. I tried to laugh, but just a hollow, dry cough came out. Tom is so not what you're picturing. Come on, what do you think of Tom? Terry asked me. What about Jeff Taylor? Terry, what do you think I think? I asked. He was enjoying himself, toying with me, making me lightly uncomfortable. I think that if your tastes, as you say, Brett, aren't that limited, then I think you probably would want something to happen with Tom or Jeff. Yeah? Why them? I asked. Because I think you're all quite attractive young men, he said. You go to school together, you share a locker room, you shower together, that's all. They're available. They're not available, Terry. Okay, whatever you say, Terry said. And then, Richard Gere? Really? Terry said this with no specific overtones. He was talking about us as if we were movies, or the weather, or what he'd watched on TV last night. We were just boys. We were just youth. We were just bodies. There was something jolting in the fact that it was also neutral, and that it wasn't leering or salacious, because to my fevered mind in that moment, Terry's surface neutrality made it even dirtier. Terry had just confirmed his homosexuality to me that afternoon. He had never admitted it before in so many words. Just innuendo, dumb jokes, suggestive phrasing. There had only been rumors. What are you wearing? He asked me over the phone last week, and we just laughed it off. He'd never made a move or touched any of us inappropriately as far as I knew. He didn't seem, in the parlance of today, a predator. And if he was, so what? I could handle it. Terry seemed to feel something was now allowable. We were now seniors, and he didn't have to pretend with us anymore, or so he thought. But then I had to ask him something because the curiosity was suddenly overwhelming, and it was clouding the situation. It was unavoidable. What about Liz? I asked. What about her? Terry asked back. I shrugged, looked down at the table. What does she think? His tone didn't change when he said, You're smarter than that, Brett. I didn't know what that meant. She has her suspicions, of course, Terry said, but I'm under the impression that we have an understanding. Terry tossed this off casually and then, tinged very lightly with irony, enunciated an arrangement. That's cool, was all I could think of to finally say, though how this explained away her drunken outburst concerning Terry's sexuality I didn't ask. What about Debbie? Terry asked me, grinning. Does she know about your proclivities? That I'm not limited? I asked. No, that you're probably bi, Terry said, as if such a thing exists, though I guess for the right price. He looked at me when he said, I heard a rumor about Jeff Taylor. I noticed that David Hockney and his companion had gotten up from their table and were looking over at Terry, who smiled and held up a hand, gesturing them over, and that's when I decided I needed to get out of Trump's. I looked at my watch and announced, I should probably be going. Why? Terry asked. Don't you want to meet David? I have a class, I said, and some after-school stuff back at Buckley. Okay. He watched me as I stood up. Thanks for lunch, Terry, I said. My heart was racing as I tried to act super casual. What had been accomplished? What was the purpose of all of this? The answer was nothing. You barely ate anything, Terry said, touching the stem of the wine glass, swirling what was left of the Chardonnay. Though I heard you had a cocktail at the bar before I arrived. Yeah, well, I shrugged, reached into my gray slacks for the valet ticket. Please don't say anything to Debbie, he reminded me, looking up. Isn't that a little weird? I couldn't help but ask. Isn't everything, Terry said. Oh, tell her, don't tell her. I don't think you will. Thanks for lunch. I turned away. Suddenly, Terry grabbed my wrist. I stopped, stunned, and looked down at him, my arms stretched out between us. I'll have Stephen call you, and we can set up a time to start talking about that script I want you to write for me, Terry said quietly. I walked out of the restaurant and handed one of the valets my ticket, shaken by the lunch. I checked my watch. It had lasted less than an hour. I felt like I had somehow lost the narrative I was supposed to be enacting. I should have played the game with confidence, more brazenly, I realized as I stood squinting up at the hillsides in the distance above sunset and a helicopter flying low across the bright blue sky. The valet pulled the 450 SL up, and I slipped him a 5. I'd embarrassed myself and felt my face staining with another blush. It was barely 2 o'clock, and I thought about heading to Buckley for my last class of the day, the normalcy of high school as a rebuke to that lunch. But then decided to drive back to the house in Mulholland, where I try to work on the novel, get lost in it, and forget this bungled scene with Terry Schaefer that I willingly participated in, had in fact been initially excited by. The lunch where I just couldn't step it up. I should have played it so differently, and now it was too late. I kept cursing myself. But it was also Terry's fault. Everything had become a distraction. The insistence on the school uniform, asking me if I found my classmates sexy, or had I ever fooled around with Tom Wright, promising that I'd never tell Debbie. What had he expected? That I'd act like some kind of desperate and simpering teen faggot in order to win his approval, to turn him on? I guess I wasn't as interested as I thought I'd been. Plus, I was dating his daughter. We were a couple, and this was something that would supposedly continue throughout our senior year. How long would Terry expect me to keep our relationship a secret from her? Accepting this, I started to feel better as I drove up Benedict Canyon. The romantics blasting out of the car's stereo, What I Like About You. And soon the disappointment that had washed over me on the corner of Robertson and Melrose evaporated. It had all been a dare anyway. I was never going to do anything with Terry Schaefer. I was only 17 and fantasizing about an adult world that I found out never really existed in the first place. One of many lessons I learned in the early fall of 1981.
I'm going to recount an incident that occurred the following night after that lunch with Terry Schaefer happened. And this was at that space on Melrose, the one Debbie Schaefer had talked to me about the first day of school, in the administration office as I stood in a daze, realizing what the future entailed for me our senior year. It was the space that didn't have a name, the space that someone called Attila had recommended, the space that just showed videos. I can't say with certainty that Robert Mallory had anything to do with what exactly happened that night, but he was there. And I'm also recounting this because of a disturbing thing he admitted to me, as was Tom Wright and Jeff Taylor and Debbie. But I connect this night to Robert for many vast and vague reasons, the main one being that it seemed to exactly precede the series of events that began to alter and consume our lives in the following weeks. It was, what I remember, a kind of macabre prologue to what ultimately happened to us in the fall of 1981. I suppose you could look at that night in the space on Melrose from a different angle than mine, which is connecting it to the presence of Robert Mallory, and rather that this was an incident solely about the deranged cult that had drifted in from the high deserts southwest of Los Angeles and began materializing on the streets and in the neighborhoods of L.A. In fact, I had actually been reading an article about the cult in the Los Angeles Times that week before the Thursday night we went out to the space. The article wasn't particularly illuminating in terms of answering any questions because no one really knew what the cult wanted or what their purpose was, what they believed in, or even how many people were associated with it. The cult seemed to be a group of young, barely articulate hippies formed out in the Mojave, acolytes of some invisible leader only referred to as Bruce, who turned out to be a high school English teacher from Lancaster who had been fired due to sexual improprieties with a number of female students. And it would normally have sounded absurd and dismissed as junior-level Manson stuff, but their persistence in making themselves known and visible in L.A. in 1981 was becoming slightly chilling in its aggressiveness. Many of them had been arrested for trespassing, climbing over a gate to the backyard if no one answered the front entrance, or if the bell the hippie had eagerly pressed was ignored. They'd walk around the property, peering through windows, and then try the sliding glass doors, banging on them until someone appeared, and who then usually called the police. Sometimes they were found lounging in a pool or tripping on acid on a Chase lounge.
in Hancock Park or Silver Lake, a wreath of leaves garlanded as a crown around their head. Or sometimes they were hiding in the garage or even wedged into a trash can. And a few had gotten into physical altercations with people coming out of grocery stores and movie theaters, restaurants, and at the exits of parking lots, begging for money, berating anyone who wasn't willing to offer a few dollars or some spare change. There were 2 or 3 photos of various cult members in the Times article, and they looked slightly cleaner than members of the Manson family. And maybe Los Angeles in 1981 became more invested in this cult because of how wounded it had been by the Tate LaBianca murders, the damage it had inflicted on the psyche of the city. But there was the same general ragtag scruffiness, the dead-eyed youth, a kind of psychotic apathy behind whatever their brainwashed mission was. And it was all vague. Unify, bring together, utopia, erase pain, destroy status quo, the same tired slogans. They also believed in aliens who could heal them, and they were enthralled with peyote, and love is everything, everything is nothing was their motto. This was the first time I'd read about the cult, self-named Writers of the Afterlife, and they had been encountered from Beechwood Canyon all the way to Ojai, but I'd never heard of them before. However, in that same issue of the Los Angeles Times, there was a report of another home invasion on Monday night in Woodland Hills. It was all the same. Phone calls in the preceding week, furniture rearranged, a dog in the neighborhood had been missing for a few days. The pattern was complete. The victim unaware that they had found themselves in the pattern. Otherwise, they would have gone to the police. And for a moment, I began to connect the home invasions with this cult. I remember putting the paper down and going back to my novel, distracted and worried about the writers of the afterlife, and wondered if they were responsible for the break-ins and the disappearances that were haunting the city instead of just a lone intruder. On that Thursday night before Debbie picked me up from the house on Mulholland, I couldn't concentrate on the essay I was supposed to write or my calculus assignment, and I soon realized I'd have to get up early tomorrow morning to finish up this last-minute homework. And maybe it was the eerie article about both the cult and the home invasion in Woodland Hills that activated my imagination, because I kept thinking I heard someone in the house. I wasn't playing music, and the sound on the TV was low, and I was working on my book, typing on the Olivetti, and whenever I stopped typing, I would sit very still, positive of a presence somewhere, either lurking outside or from within the house. And I don't know why I wasn't as afraid as I should have been, why I just didn't lock myself in the bedroom and waited out until Debbie arrived. But I guess I thought I was young and lucky, and that even if someone had found their way into the house, I'd be able to deal with them. I was 6 foot, 180. I'd been working out. I'd be holding a butcher knife I grabbed in the kitchen, and that I now kept in a drawer by my bed. I'd be able to escape, to outwit the trawler or the hippies from the deranged cult. I'd walk slowly down the hallway from my bedroom, past the makeshift gym, past the garage, and into the kitchen, and past that, the living room, all the lights in the house burning, and the lights outside as well, and would find nothing. I crept through the house, even though no one had rung the doorbell. The chiming that announced the garage was opening or closing didn't happen. There were no phone calls, and the furniture hadn't been rearranged, and the Shingi was sleeping peacefully on his pillow in the kitchen. No one had abducted him. I'd hear something, but there wasn't anyone there. Oh, I thought, a metaphor of the writer's mind. That's what you do. You hear something that's not there. And then at 9 o'clock, I jumped in my chair when a car pulled up to the driveway, and my heart started racing before it took me a moment to calm down and realize that it was only Debbie who had come to pick me up. We were heading to the Space on Melrose. Yeah, okay. I jogged out of my room and down the hall before she could ring the doorbell and walked straight out of the brightly lit house to the brightly lit driveway where the BMW was parked, and Debbie had just gotten out of the driver's side and was standing with the door open when she saw me bounding down the front steps. I was wearing jeans, a white t-shirt with a burgundy V-neck sweater over it that had a gold Armani eagle emblazoned on its chest. It was warm out. I was going to come in, she said. Let's just go, I said, hurrying toward the car. Well, I wanted a drink. Let's just have it when we get there, I said. I want to get out of the house. Is something wrong? She asked. No, I muttered. No. I just want to get out. It's already 9. She waited a beat and decided not to push it. I opened the passenger door and slid in. The car smelled of clove cigarettes and roses, and when she started the ignition, Tainted Love blasted out, startling me, and I jumped in my seat, the second time that night. Debbie turned to me, amused. You're a little tense. I forced myself to relax and smile lazily at her. I'm fine, babe, I said in as suave a voice as I could muster. She turned the car around and started pulling out of the driveway that led down to Mulholland, deserted at 9 on a Thursday night. She looked over at me nervously before making a left as if to confirm something. Annoyance briefly flared, and I said, Come on, I'm fine. She breathed in and said, I didn't say anything, then turned onto Mulholland, where we drove silently, and soon we were passing Beverly Glen, just listening to a mixtape I'd made for her, along with Soft Cell, obscure tracks from Talking Heads, and David Bowie's Scary Monsters, Oh Superman by Laurie Anderson. And then we passed Coldwater Canyon and then made a right onto Laurel, where Debbie raced down the winding road. Barely another car passed us that night, until we crossed Sunset and Fountain and Santa Monica and finally hit Melrose, where Debbie made a left. It was now 9:30, and past Fairfax, Melrose was mostly a dark and deserted stretch of storefronts. This section of Melrose hadn't become totally gentrified and upscaled yet in 1981. And except for the occasional retro clothing store, there really weren't any other shops or restaurants we wanted to frequent, so it wasn't hard to find an empty parking spot on a Thursday night. I wondered how close the club we were going to was located, as Debbie did a couple of bumps from a small plastic packet and then offered it to me. I declined. I couldn't handle cocaine like Debbie, or even Tom Wright was able to. I couldn't just do a bump or two and let that take me through the party. I always craved more, which is why I said no that night. There was never enough. When I got out of the BMW, I looked up and down the empty street and had no idea where the space was. There was nothing to signify that there was this happening and underground location only a very few knew about. No light, no sign, no people milling about in front. And though this was Debbie's first time at what came to be known only as the space, she knew exactly where it was. And I walked with her until we came to a darkened storefront in the 7200 block of Melrose Avenue. Debbie simply opened a door and walked in, and I followed, accompanied by the lone sound of a helicopter somewhere in the overcast night sky. The opening of Rapture by Blondie was playing as we moved down the entrance hallway, where only a couple of bare light bulbs illuminated a concrete floor and Pepto-Bismol pink walls peeling in great patches of black and silver, and where Junior, a tall, thin Jamaican, wearing a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie and a pork pie hat, was sitting on a high wooden stool and hugged Debbie while the dreamily ominous first verse of Rapture played out softly past the doorman. I remember this so clearly, and I remember looking behind me to see if anyone was following us down the hallway. I was introduced as, "This is my boyfriend, Brett," and then she took my hand and led me into the room beyond the hallway. Our movements seemed to be choreographed by the song itself. It was so dimly lit that the few people in the large space, maybe only 4 or 5, were just silhouettes, shadows. You couldn't fully see them. The only light source came from the soft orange neon, thinly piped along the bottoms of the walls, giving the room just enough of a faint glow to make sure you could navigate your way through the space without losing your equilibrium. Flat gray carpeting covered the floor and made you feel as if you were moving across a darkened landscape through a heavy mist. The other faint light seemed to come from 6 smaller rooms off to the sides of the main space, each of them playing different videos. A small green neon palm tree and a pink neon flamingo affixed to the wall gave off the only light at the bar situated between them, and it was manned by a lone bartender waiting immobile. Rapture kept playing as Debbie swayed to the music while we ordered drinks. I had vodka and grapefruit. The bartender didn't have the ingredients for a whiskey sour for some reason, and Debbie had a glass of champagne. He didn't ask for ID, and then lit a closed cigarette and said something to the bartender who she seemed to know, and then took my hand and wanted me to meet John, who opened this space and was in the back room. I didn't want to meet John, so I told her I was going to check the space out. Maybe watch some videos in the space. Just hang out in the space. Is that okay? I asked, when I made out her expression in the green glow coming from the palm tree. Rapture kept playing somewhere softly above us, and Debbie shrugged and simply said, okay, and then headed to the back of the space. I hated that this disappointed Debbie, but not enough to accompany her to meet John. I moved toward the first door I was closest to, and as Rapture faded behind me, it was replaced by the tom-tomming of Mick Fleetwood's drums introducing Tusk, which was the video playing in that room. There were no chairs, no furniture, just a couple of ashtrays dotted the flat gray carpeting that lined the room, illuminated only by the video projected on the wall. Lindsay Buckingham's low, ominous voice was asking someone, "Why don't you tell him who's on the phone?" as I sat down on the floor and sipped my drink, watching the video, which was just footage of Fleetwood Mac recording the USC marching band in the summer of 1979 at a deserted Dodger Stadium, palm trees set against the faded white sky beyond the empty black scoreboard, and where you glimpsed Christine McVie holding a glass of white wine and Stevie Nicks looking hungover and puffy, twirling a baton. And there was a cardboard cutout of John McVie propped in the stands, since the real one was in Hawaii when they shot this, and the Spirit of Troy were in their gladiator attire. I sat up a little when I realized that Lindsay Buckingham, now in a new phase of his career, cleaned up, shaven, short-haired, new wave, the 70s were over, and wearing a white t-shirt and sunglasses, resembled almost exactly someone I knew. And suddenly, while watching the video for what must have been the 100th time without ever realizing this before, that person was Terry Schaefer. And I suddenly found Terry Schaefer sexier in a new way because of how sexy I now found Lindsay Buckingham. I was so unnerved by this connection that I got up and quickly left the room, muttering to myself, the same face, the same smile, the same color hair, the same build. In the Tusk video, Lindsay Buckingham resembled Terry Schaefer in such an unsettling way that it changed my perception of everything. And then I realized Terry Schaefer had actually introduced me to Lindsay Buckingham backstage at the after party when Fleetwood Mac played the Hollywood Bowl on the final night of the Tusk World Tour, where Terry and Debbie and Liz and Tom and Susan and I all sat in a box and ate takeout from Pioneer Chicken and drank Tattinger from plastic flutes. Why had I never made the connection before? I wandered through the main space recovering from this realization, and where a few more people had arrived, but you couldn't really make anyone out, maybe when someone lit a cigarette, and then just briefly. The only light that guided you through the space were the flickering doorways where the videos were playing, and the entrance where Junior sat, which acted like a beacon, the lighthouse in all this darkness, the place where you entered the space. Someone brushed against me, then disappeared into the mist, and it could have been a ghost. I passed into another empty room where Kim Wilde was about to sing one of the pop glories from that year, Kids in America, and I sat on the floor looking up at the video projected on the bare wall. It was so simple, a synthesizer, a smoke machine, Kim Wilde's blank blue-tinged face staring straight at us, and like so many songs of that era, it was an anthem. Something about being the kids in America where everybody lives for the music go round. But Kim sang it with a quiet determinism. A girl who could handle anything with her cool indifference. She didn't get excited by the excitement of the song. This is what gave the song an added dose of tension. Kim remained unsmiling through the soaring chorus. She was withdrawn, dead-eyed, hungover, even drugged. Maybe she knew where she was, or maybe she didn't know. Maybe she could have been anywhere. This was what became so suggestive in the video. She was offering an invitation where she didn't care if you came or not, because she could always find somebody else. She was radiating that numbness as a feeling aesthetic I was so drawn to in that moment and trying to perfect in less than zero. And I was thrilled seeing it embodied in the poppiest of artifacts. And she also reminded me of Susan Reynolds to a degree. Susan was far more beautiful than Kim Wilde. I mean, she was gorgeous by comparison, because Susan also increasingly had a faraway demeanor that wasn't indifference exactly. It was really numbness as a come-on, something alluring, something that Susan had developed for years and was now flowering. They both had it in their eyes, the way their mouths were set, their overall non-expressiveness, and it was hot. I also knew that someone as earnest as Tom Wright would never survive it, but someone like Robert Mallory might thrive. I suddenly thought again, as a writer, you're always hearing things that aren't there. And then I flashed on, when you're talking to me, you're really talking to yourself, dude. This is what Robert Mallory had told me in the Galleria that afternoon last week, and I was still haunted by it. I looked away from the video and stood up and walked back into the main room. But I immediately stopped because, as if on cue, I saw Jeff Taylor with Robert Mallory talking to Junior at the end of the lit hallway before you descended into the darkness of the space. And the doorman was checking a list, even though I got the feeling that Jeff knew him. And, of course, I realized Debbie had invited Robert Mallory and thought, God, he's really a part of us now. Watching him from my hidden vantage point, I also thought about how sometimes he filled me with dread, and other times there were flashes when I wanted to kiss him or have him fuck me. And they were rarely separated, the fear and the sex. And then there were the darker moments where I imagined how insane he really was, even though none of us knew anything yet. This was just the writer's intuition, the writer's hunch, based heavily on a couple of lies he told. We didn't know all of the other lies yet. I watched as Jeff and Robert walked past Junior and into the space and become subsumed by the misty darkness. It concealed everything. They couldn't see me. I was just a few feet away as they walked by and headed toward the bar. And I turned and went into another random room where I fell to the floor, prone on my stomach, and finished my drink. On the wall, Roxy Music was singing Same Old Scene. And I laid my head down on my folded arms and could smell how new the carpet was as I waited for one of them. There were still so few people in the space that I knew it was only a matter of minutes before Jeff and Robert would locate me. And then I wondered if Tom and Susan were coming, and realized I hadn't even asked Debbie this because it never occurred to me that they wouldn't be coming. But now I had my doubts. And because Robert was here, I hoped they weren't coming. I remembered I hadn't asked because I was just so relieved to be in Debbie's BMW, moving away from the empty house on Mulholland and concentrating on the mixtape I'd made for her in August, the car's air conditioning lightly causing my breath to steam, my eyes fixated on the road outside the windshield, hoping Debbie wouldn't say anything. I rolled onto my back, and suddenly Jeff was leaning over me, lightly prodding my shoulder with a topsider. You wasted already? I smiled at him, just laying there, and nodded even though I wasn't. Cool, he said approvingly. Where's Debbie? It's dark as fuck in here. She's in back, I said. With John? Jeff asked. I guess, I said, and then noticed Robert's head over Jeff's shoulder. He offered a little wave and a goofy smile. Take care of this guy, Jeff said to Robert. I'll be right back. A wave of apprehension crashed over me, being left alone with Robert, and I was suddenly paralyzed as he smiled and sat down in a lotus position. He was holding a Corona and looking at me as if he were sizing me up. I felt way too vulnerable in this position and tried to sit, but I couldn't. Something wouldn't let me, so I simply rolled onto my stomach and stared up as another video started. I Got You by Split Ends. The song Debbie and I first made out to the night we initiated our relationship at Anthony Matthews' house at the beginning of the summer. And when I glanced over at Robert, he was looking up at the wall, bopping his head to the ominous thumping beat that opened the song and played throughout it. He then lay down next to me so that we were side by side, and I instantly became distracted in an erotic way. He was close enough to kiss, for me to reach over and run my hand over his ass. I could smell his skin. Even though he also filled me with anxiety, this feeling wasn't remotely pleasurable. It was just a basic hunger that couldn't be waylaid or stopped. Lead singer Neil Finn, at the height of his 20-year-old beauty, was in a suit and somewhat heavily made up, singing in a room at night, and he was standing by a pair of French doors, the curtains outside lit blue and lightly billowing. Shadows patterned the wall where a painting of the rest of the band hung, everyone dressed in the new wave suits of that moment, and they would come alive when the soaring chorus played after the eerie minor chord verse. It was another anthem, yet this one was tinged with fear. "What are you doing here?" I finally asked, without looking at him. "Oh, Debbie invited me," I heard him say. "Oh, yeah?" is all I said. "Cool." I could smell the lotion he used, the shampoo, cologne, cedar, and sandalwood, something adult, something a teenager wouldn't wear. "Yeah, Tom's coming too," he added. "Is Susan?" I asked, somewhat apprehensively. "No," he said, and then turned to me. "Just Tom." We watched the video silently. Pairs of eyes were superimposed over Neil Finn, trying to hide, and then he joined the band in the painting while also still standing in the room. And for some reason I was never entirely sure of, he starts to collapse with dread because he sees himself entrapped in the painting while he's still standing in the room. I always guessed, even though I also thought, what's so bad about that? The volume was low enough that I could hear Robert say something to me as the song faded out, and then the video started playing again. I turned to look at him. "What? Why didn't you end up with her?" he asked, staring up at the images projected on the wall. "Who?" I asked back, blinking, confused. "Susan," he said softly. "Because Tom did," I automatically answered. "What?" I was annoyed. I didn't want to talk about Susan with Robert, and then I wondered, who else did he talk to about her? "Yeah, but why didn't you?" he asked. "I mean, Tom is not the most scintillating dude." I was shocked that Robert said this about Tom. "He has other attributes," I said lamely, defending my friend. Robert mimicked me, laughing. "He has other attributes." "Are you okay?" I turned to him. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said, glancing at me and then back up at the video. "Really?" I asked. "Are you?" "Yeah, why?" "Thought you saw me somewhere again?" he asked. I was so close to telling him that we knew about the developmental center in Jacksonville that he was a patient at in the spring of his junior year, but I couldn't because of the promise we'd made to Susan, the secret we shared. I looked back up at the video. Just to be doing something, I picked up my plastic cup and tossed some of the ice at the bottom of it into my mouth and started chewing, just acting casual, pretending Robert wasn't upsetting me with the direction he was taking this conversation. And then he asked, "Are you okay?" "Oh, yeah," I said. "I'm good." "Really?" he asked. "I heard you had a falling out." Despair flushed through me. "A falling out?" "Yeah," he said. "With your buddy Matt." Tendrils of panic started drifting out from the despair, creating their own unique sensation. I kept chewing the ice, trying to remain casual. "I asked him the other day why he seemed freaked out," Robert said. Well, not exactly freaked out, but yeah. He reconsidered, but then decided not to. "Freaked out, yeah, I guess." "And what did he say?" I asked tonelessly. Robert always made you aware that ignoring him wasn't allowed as an option. That he had a falling out with a friend," Robert said. "How do you know that's me?" I asked with a slight shiver of relief. "No name, just a friend." "I just assumed," he said softly. "No, not at all," I said. "I don't know what you're talking about." Robert realized something. He intuited that I was lying. "That's how you're going to play it?" he asked softly. I remember nodding to myself, riding along with the game, and forcing a smile. "Yes, that's how I'm going to play it." "Oh, okay," he said. The video was suddenly ending again. The song was fading out. The wall became white again. We waited for another video to begin. He turned onto his side. "You never answered me," Robert said. "Why didn't you end up with Susan?" "What do you want to know?" "Well, I heard you were there first," he said. "Well, because Tom came around." "But why weren't you with her instead?" he asked. I realized something and swallowed hard. "I didn't want to lose a friend," I said. "But didn't you lose Matt?" Robert asked softly. I didn't say anything. I just stared at him. I was disoriented, dizzy. I needed another drink to blot out the pain that had suddenly shot through me. "I don't get it about Susan," Robert said. "Didn't you want to? I don't get it." He lay down on his back, a leg crossed over a knee. "Didn't I want to what?" I asked, completely unnerved, and then sitting up. He shrugged. "Squeeze those little titties? Suck and bite those titties?" he asked softly. He waited. "I bet a wet pussy tastes pretty sweet." I sat there and looked at him blankly, but he wasn't looking at me. He was just lying on his back, surrounded by only the flat gray carpeting and staring up at the ceiling. "I don't know about you, Brett, but I'd love to put my tongue up that tight little pussy, all pink and wet," Robert murmured, lost in his own reverie. "Little honeypot." I was becoming aroused hearing Robert talk like this, but I was also repelled because he was talking about Susan. "Yeah," he was saying, "I'd really like to fuck her in the ass, really fuck that ass hard, make her scream for it." At this point, I just pushed myself up and walked out of the room. "Hey, where are you going?" I heard Robert calling out. I wasn't a prude. I was drawn to porn and sometimes talked dirty to Matt Kellner while we had sex, and I knew someone who fooled around with Ron Levin for cash and made no judgments about it. But I'd never been part of a conversation where someone detailed what they would do to a friend of mine sexually, and what made it so awful was that Robert was someone I barely knew. A young actress, a model, or a pop singer was usually the norm, the target for this kind of guy talk, but never bragging about what you do to them in the particularly explicit way Robert just had, because it was trashy and low class. And it wasn't as if I even cared about decorum or rules or propriety. I was a writer. I believed everyone had a voice and could say whatever the fuck they wanted. And sometimes I'd wish that Tom talked more about sex than he ever did, or that Ryan wasn't so circumspect, or that the conversations in the boys' locker room were rowdier and more gleefully obscene. But Buckley didn't encourage this. And that night in the space on Melrose, I was glad it didn't. The way Robert Mallory said this about Susan, it was only 2 or 3 lines, relieved me that we were all somewhat apprehensive about expressing ourselves in this grotesque way. I also remember thinking that I should have stayed in the room with Robert and talked him through this so I could have a better inkling of what his plans for Susan Reynolds actually were, because I knew he was going to act on them. And I was afraid how Susan would then react, and I wanted to be prepared. But I also knew she was going to throw a party for him. She had found him electrifying. She was going to let herself get lost in his madness, and everything would get ruined. I was shaking, furious when I left the room. I remember that I moved through the darkness of the space and walked up to the bar and asked the bartender where the bathrooms were. And he pointed to a barely illuminated exit sign at the back of the room. And I made my way through the darkness, past a few clusters of shadows. The orange ash from the tips of cigarettes seemed to be the only props that confirmed people existed in the darkness, because you couldn't see faces. And everything was vaguely hushed, even with Prince singing Controversy at a low volume above us. I remember that I didn't get what the point of the space was. On one level, I supposed it was cool. If Debbie Schaefer knew about it. But what was the point if you couldn't see anyone and there was no dancing, and the only thing to do was sit in an empty room on the floor and watch videos from 1980? And I remember being annoyed that I was there and that I would have to confront Debbie about inviting Robert anywhere again because of how unstable he was. And yet, I remember pausing when I planned on doing this because Robert's instability had not fully proven itself yet, and I didn't know what could set him off. I don't like being followed, he told me in the gallery. I had taken note of that. I remember that once I had parted the black curtain below the exit sign, I could suddenly hear Debbie's faraway voice and the muffled sound of male laughter, probably coming from wherever John's office was. I could hear Jeff Taylor's hyena laugh as well. As I moved down a hallway lined with windows that looked over a small parking lot where an alley traversed parallel to Melrose, and the hallway was lit by the street lamps that illuminated the alley. I remember that no one was in the hallway or waiting for the one unisex bathroom. A white candle was lit next to the sink, so you could only make out where the toilet and the urinal were, but nothing else. You instead imagined the bathroom was probably a little larger than it seemed, and it smelled as if it had recently been cleaned. I couldn't find a light switch to brighten the space, and so I closed the door and locked it and walked over to the urinal that was illuminated by the candle. Another question I almost immediately asked myself: why would a mirror in a bathroom be almost completely ensconced in darkness at a nightclub for young people? Girls who wanted to touch up their makeup, boys who wanted to check out how their hair looked. But maybe there was a point to this space that I wasn't grasping yet. Maybe it was partly a prank, the anti-scene, the wry commentary on how you could make anything seem fashionable to LA's young and hip if you just made it exclusive enough. Maybe the space was a performance art piece conjured up by older hipsters taking advantage of the naivete of a certain swath of the city's youth. But then I doubted this because Debbie was so plugged in and would have told me that this place was a joke, not real, something to be amused by, a one-shot, and she hadn't. I remember that I unzipped my jeans and stood at the urinal and sensed that the bathroom, despite the darkness, was much larger than I even first presupposed. I could tell this when I initially flushed the urinal and the sounds echoed further into the darkness than I thought possible. It was then completely silent as I contemplated my shadow wavering against the wall above the urinal and tried to relax so I could pee. I couldn't hear anything from the space, no music, no sounds, and I should have been relaxed. But Robert Mallory had hyped me up, and I was still tense from our encounter. Could things between us ever get normalized? I remember that I breathed in and thought about how much progress I'd made on the novel and looked forward to new movies I wanted to see that fall, and Ryan Vaughn, Calm Blue Ocean. But then these thoughts were interrupted by, should I tell anyone that I thought the desecration of the Buckley Griffin was connected to Robert Mallory, that he had vandalized it, and that he was planning on fucking Susan Reynolds in the ass until she screamed? I exhaled, relaxed. I tried again. And then I realized something. I wasn't alone in the bathroom. I realized that someone was in there as well, with me in the darkness. And I remembered how I froze when I started hearing it. A faint whispering was coming from one of the darkened corners behind me, lowered, as if whomever the whispering was emanating from was crouched down. "Hello?" I said with a jolt of adrenaline. I immediately zipped up. I remembered that I turned around but couldn't see anything, just the area illuminated by the candle. There was a larger room beyond that area, I now realized. The whispering continued. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't know someone was in here." No one answered back or said anything. Instead, a voice was whispering what sounded like an incantation, repeating something over and over again, almost as if they had to eagerly convince themselves of whatever it was they were desperately incanting. A series of sounds, garbled phrases in a language I didn't recognize. But in the 5 seconds I stood there in the darkness, I realized that it wasn't a language. It was just gibberish. It was nothing. I don't know why, but I was bold enough to pick up the candle and near the voice in the darkness. It was breathlessly incanting and then wheezing inward. and then there was another rush of infantile rambling. And I remember it became daunting how deep the bathroom went. I had walked maybe 8 full steps, holding the candle up, until I saw a shadow crouched in the corner. "Hey, what are you doing here?" I asked, my voice managing to stay calmly inquisitive. I moved the candle closer until a pale young face was slowly looking up at me, bearded, grinning, floating in the darkness, and his hair was matted blonde, dusted with what looked like twigs and dead leaves, and his eyes were crinkled shut as he kept grinning and incanting like an idiot, swaying back and forth on his haunches, and he was barefoot. I thought this was someone legitimately retarded or severely handicapped, but then he stopped whispering and his face bolted up at mine, completely serious, and I remembered his eyes opened and widened and the smile turned threatening. I saw his hands were dirt-stained, and the nails were so long they resembled yellowed talons. "Jesus," I remembered saying, backing away, dropping the candle where it cracked on the floor and went out, plunging us into darkness. And then, on instinct, I just quickly slammed myself against the wall, clawing toward the direction of the door, grabbing for the handle and unlocking it, and then I raced out of the blackness of the restroom. I remembered that I walked straight back into the space where I told the bartender there was someone, maybe a homeless guy, who had crashed the club and was in the bathroom. Some freak is in there who doesn't belong, is how I put it exactly. I remembered spitting this out. What a strange way to word that, I now realize, more pissed than scared. I remembered a song by Spider called New Romance was playing loudly throughout the space. Exactly then, as the bartender disappeared into the sparsely populated darkness and reappeared where Junior was standing. And the bartender relayed what I had told him, and then the two of them crossed the room through the darkness to the bar, and then the three of us headed toward the black curtain below the exit sign. And I remembered that's when we heard a scream. In the hallway, we discovered a blonde girl nearing us, her hands held up, blinking blood out of her eyes, her face streaking with the blood quickly spurting from a line drawn across her forehead as she semi-staggered blindly down the hallway. The door to the bathroom opened behind her. The gibbering was now a kind of elongated screeching. "He's in there," I remember Whisper yelling for some reason, pointing. I remember Junior gently took the girl's arm, guiding her away from the noise coming from the bathroom, and asking her what happened. She said she didn't know. She went into the restroom, wondering where the lights were, and felt something swipe across her face, scratching her. I watched as the bartender walked to the open door with no trepidation and found the light switch. Immediately the bathroom was illuminated, and the hippie ran at him, his gibbering now incensed and high-pitched. I remember that Debbie had appeared behind me just then, with Jeff and the guy I assumed was John, everyone gasping with confusion as the bartender easily threw the hippie against the wall and then put him in a headlock and dragged him out of the bathroom. The hippie was squealing and thrashing around until he landed in the hallway where the bartender threw him to the floor. The bartender told John to call the police. There was an intruder. Get an ambulance. I remember the girl realized something and said she was fine and that she didn't need an ambulance. And even though it was just a very thin scratch from where the hippie's nail had swiped at her in the darkness, it just wouldn't stop bleeding as Junior kept pressing paper towels against her forehead that would quickly become stained with red. "But it doesn't hurt," I remember her saying. Debbie and Jeff were asking me what the fuck happened, and John had already called 911 and was then conferring with Junior and the bartender, who had his foot on the hippie's back, waiting for the police to arrive. I remember that the hippie was looking up at us, pressed against the floor, still whispering his incantations, drooling, baring his yellowed teeth, like some kind of animal. And yet, no one seemed particularly frightened of him. I seemed to be the only one locating any kind of meaning in this incident I remembered. Soon the flashing red and blue lights of 2 squad cars pulled into the parking lot behind the space, and Debbie had realized she actually knew the girl and went over to where she was standing and asked her who she'd come with, and then Debbie left to find the friends. The hippie was handcuffed and hauled out the back door to one of the squad cars, and then it was all simply over. A girl had been scratched by an intruder who had climbed in through an unlocked window. I remember that the bleeding had stopped, and then the girl was soon standing in front of the mirror with her two friends who just joined her. Everything seemed okay. I just drifted with Debbie and Jeff through the black curtain and out into the space, which was completely undisturbed by whatever had happened in the bathroom and hallway. I remember music was still softly playing, and the space was filled with even more shadows, some of them dancing in the middle of the semi-deserted main room, though you could barely hear the synth pop coming out of the speakers, and seemingly no one out here knew what happened in the bathroom in the back of the space. Soon the bartender was making drinks again, as if nothing had happened, and I grabbed a vodka and grapefruit, and Debbie disappeared into the darkness with another friend who wanted to do some blow, and I found another room where I sat down, and I remember being calmly elated. This was something I could write about. This was an incident I could place into the narrative of the novel I was working on. I began to think of ways to embellish it, paint it darker, give it an even eerier vibe, push evil. I thought about adding the stench of shit from the pile of excrement the hippie had laid out, the knife he was clutching, a deeper wound inflicted upon the girl, more blood. I wasn't even looking at the video projected on the wall because I was suddenly dreaming a different one. I didn't know that someone had been trailing me in the darkness, but then a giggling Tom Wright pushed me over, and I fell onto the carpet where he playfully tackled me, Jeff Taylor urging him on. This was how Tom sometimes showed rowdy affection when he was a little high. He had done a couple of tequila shots and some of Debbie's Coke, and I wrestled with him while he kept trying to tickle me. We were both laughing, his hard body writhing over mine, when he suddenly lifted himself off my chest, panting. Tom did not know that I was getting an erection, because suddenly one of our favorite videos had started playing, and we looked up to it projected on the wall. The video was mostly in black and white, and it was a song about a brief love affair in Vienna. And it was minimalist with just the slow beat of a drum machine and a mournful piano and a synth bass. We had seen the images hundreds of times, and yet they still entranced us. A riderless horse moving through the fog on a cobblestone street, lightning, the lead singer in a trench coat, an empty city, Vienna in the off-season, but also North London, gargoyles. There were the 80s video staples that hadn't become cliches yet, a fancy party in an embassy, a candelabra on a white baby grand beneath a chandelier, martinis drunk by grotesques shot in fisheye lens, a tarantula crawling across the face of a passed-out guest, a child playing a violin. There were lovers discovered by paparazzi, and someone shot to death on a grand curving staircase of an opera house. "The feeling is gone," the singer cried out. "It means nothing to me." The final chorus climaxes with a cymbal clash, and it always gave me chills. The song was too slow, it was too long, and yet it moved us, and like the best pop songs, it was an abstraction. Poetry that could mean anything to anyone. It was a launching pad for our separate longings, but it was obviously a metaphor about loss. And this was something all of us had shared, whether it was the pain Tom Wright's parents' divorce caused him, with the father he was closest to now long gone across the continent, or the alcoholism that was destroying Jeff Taylor's father, or my own defeats and frustrations tied to the actor I often played and didn't want to, and who my own father still ignored, even as I kept trying to play the part of a son I thought he wanted. This particular Ultravox song seemed to obliquely sum everything up, and it defined us in that moment, no matter what the lyrics or the video was actually about. We all stayed silent until it was over. And then Tom and Jeff stumbled out into the space to get more drinks and find Debbie. I realize I've recounted this, I suppose, not because of the hippie from the Riders of the Afterlife cult who had scratched the girl's face in the bathroom, but really because of what Robert Mallory had said about Susan Reynolds. And it was also about the Terry Schaefer-Lindsay Buckingham connection, which ended up changing my mind about something, softening me for Terry's advances. And of course it was about Vienna, The same song I heard when I saw that woman on the street in front of the Pally House Hotel on Holloway Drive on a December afternoon, almost 40 years after the events of 1981 occurred. I remembered I stayed on the carpet as another video began, realizing that Robert Mallory was somewhere out there in the darkness of the space, waiting for Susan Reynolds to retract her feelings for Tom Wright, who Robert would then betray, and casually throw the world we had so carefully inhabited into the complete chaos he wanted to create. The last thing I remember from that night in the space was later, Tom Wright and Robert Mallory lying side by side, along with Jeff Taylor in one of the rooms where I joined the three of them and watched the video for Duran Duran's Girls on Film. And I'm not sure if Robert had done any drugs like Tom, but in that image, after I removed Jeff Taylor from it, I can't help but sense that Robert Mallory, leaning over and whispering things, was trying to move Tom Wright, grinning and nodding at whatever he was being told, both of them gripping Corona bottles, onto the same fake wavelength Robert Mallory resided on.